What is up? Hello, happy Thursday to one and all. Finals Thursday upon us, and we have got a fun day ahead of us, folks. We're opening up with Dumu versus Louis MT, and then we'll be hopping into the grand finals up against Marine Lord. That's right, busy day, potentially 12 games. I got a feeling we could easily see 10. 10 seems reasonable. I think, Louis undeniably playing phenomenally right now, but Dumu, he always seems to turn up with these midweek musters. He always ends up getting the super close series. So I think that semifinals could go 5 games. The big question mark then is if anyone could put a dent in Marine Lord. The dude is on a blitzer, has not dropped a single game this week. And if we're being totally honest, the games didn't really look close. There was maybe 1 or 2 where it's like, oh wow, they got to the late game. But even then, even when you creep into the late game, it seems like the chimp has a plan. So yeah, going to be a tricky week. I don't know, we need to level up the amount of threats coming in. Playstyles matter a lot, which is why I'm excited to say that Luciferon has signed up for KPM M19. Hopefully, we can get both Spanish bros back in it. Maybe we get Beastie to return. I would love for us to get to the stage where we have, the top 8 on the tournament elo ladder just in there. I think it's very good for upcomers because it just allows them to basically practice against the best. Probably going to lose a lot, but you can learn a lot from it along the way. And what is up, Oswaldo? Thank you, mate. Glad you enjoyed the work I done at the Garrison. Yeah, it was fun. I had a really good time. With this, if you check my YouTube, there's actually a vlog going over everything about it. There's actually 2. There's a vlog from when I was there at the event, and then there is an aftermath vlog where I review everything that happened there. Definitely recommend checking them both out. Looks like we are underway with our draft, so let me just open that bad boy up. Inside the incredible Opera GX. By the way, guys, props to you. We're up to 187. Keep on pumping. If you've not signed up yet, remember, Opera GX is free to try. All you need to do is download via my link, create an account, and that will then track you up there. And who knows, maybe we'll get Opera GX to come back and sponsor us for another month. But they have been an absolute pleasure to use so far. I keep using them for all the stuff on the stream, as you're seeing here. We are getting ready to get the lads in. I believe Dumu just completed a pub game up against Anatand, so we should be getting them in momentarily. So, ban-wise, yeah, Socotra removed. Is Holy Island going to be removed by Louis? I feel like Louis isn't the biggest fan of Holy Island. Alternatives here, maybe Basin, but I think Louis done pretty well on Basin in his series against Wham, so I don't think he's going to be threatened too much by it. And, even though Louis grinds a lot, Holy Island, from a tournament experience perspective, Dumu should theoretically have the edge of more rotations there, but wow. Who bans Dry Arabia? That's not your ordinary cup of tea, folks. I actually kind of love Louis for this. I mean, Dry Arabia is in there because we want to be fair to the players. We know they're going to want to pick it a lot. He just middle fingers it, which is just very unusual, but I guess I can see where he's coming from. Playstyle-wise, the way you want to, lean into, the mid-game right now, I think Dry Arabia really resolves quite frequently in the mid-game. And Dumu's been looking pretty solid and aggressive there. Where's Louis from? Louis is from China. So he is... it's getting pretty late there, I guess, now. So yeah, 2 p.m. start time, 8 hours on... I believe it's 8 hours. So it's about 10 p.m. for him. But he's used to, the late-night grinds. It comes with being part of a scene that is Euro-dominant when it comes to the tournaments. But Dumu, he'll probably complain that it's getting too late, but it's 3 p.m. for him. And Marine Lord is honestly going to be loving life. He's like, 5 p.m. beyond, potentially? That's prime time, baby. That's exactly where M Lord loves to find himself. So, pick-wise, looks like we are going to get the HRE French on one side. That's... No, that is kind of a little bit surprising. Sushi prior over HRE. I know Ben is a really big fan of them, but I feel like HRE is just genuinely... Dare I say the biggest threat right now in the meta? They feel like they don't have a bad matchup or map. I think that's the best way to summarize HRE. Now, there's probably an exception. If you pick them on Holy Island, for example, yeah, that would be bad. Even then, with their economy, they would do okay-ish. It just feels like it'd be a wasted pick in that situation. So, it looks like we have got the Delhi pick coming out. Good blocker against the English. Dumu is going to be using the English on a water map, though, which is why Louis now goes to secure Japanese. What have we got left here? Ottomans is a great variance for Louis MT in his draft. Mongols makes a lot of sense to Dumu, also insulates the English pick against some sort of curveball going into Holy Island. Malians is probably his big priority next here, but remember, he's got back-to-back picks. So Malians OOTD, yeah, there we go. And then on the other side, that means that Louis can actually go for the Ottoman into Mongol pick. Might go Ayabids just for the variance on maps like Gorge. Could be quite useful here. Mongols is just very, very powerful at the moment, though. Like, we've seen this week so far on Gorge, Mongols has been dominating. Like, they have a 100% win rate. So it's a very good versatile pick. It also protects the Japanese pick and prevents any weird shenanigans around your French pick. Also, like, Mongols, like, decent against English, right? Very effective against Malians in the right hands, in the right situation. And there you go, Mongol Ottoman, and that'll leave Ayu. You don't really want Abba here. Abba is like, we're in a Pro Scouts meta. TC booming is pretty much a death sentence. I've yet to watch a single TC game in like the last 3 months where I'm like, oh, that look good. No, they always look bad. They always tend to just flop dead. So, draft's complete. Let's switch back across the scene and we will update with the goodies. Excuse me. Still recovering from this rough cough. So, game one's going to be on Gorge. Honestly, do you just punt the Mongols? The Mongols have been looking really good. I don't think you necessarily do it here. Mongols against Shushi. I feel like Shushi can do well there. Mongols against Byzantines can actually be good. If he thinks that Biz are going to come out in the first map, but like, the reality is there's still Lipany. And when you look at Dumu's picks, like, the most likely ones for Lipany are probably Biz or Shushi. I believe they are about to draft. I think it's going to be Byzantine versus Mongols. Like, nah, do you really want a Byzantine with the amount of picks Louis has here on Gorge? He could just take the Delhi pick now, but I feel like Delhi's just really good for Lipany. Maybe you go Order of the Dragon. Like, just throw the curve. Dude, called it. He went Order of the Dragon. Okay, yeah. We have Order of the Dragon up against Delhi. I legit just, like, looked and then looked across and then it'd come up. Ah, this is proof that I watch way too much Age of Empires 4. So, we've seen this match up a little bit. The way that typically plays out is you're looking to do something to force Delhi off of Ghazi. Very difficult to do, though. The reality is, to do that, you're going to essentially have to go Spearman, and then you're going to be inclined to go Men-at-Arms. But by going Men-at-Arms, you're going to, like, kind of invite your opponent to go Ghazi as a follow-up after Archers. It's really hard. Is this Heroes or Might and Magic 3? Not quite. Son, you took a wrong turn 20 years ago. But I am looking forward to Olden Era. We'll definitely be checking out Olden Era when it comes out. Draft-wise, do I feel like anyone won? I actually feel like Louis got a little bit better of the draft. Malians is a very subtle pick, but I just rate Mongols quite highly as a versatile pick later in the draft. The only weakness is potentially, like, Holy Island, but he has Japanese, Mongols as variants there, whereas Dimu's probably just looking at English. And I also think the Ottoman pick is kind of sick. Like, Louis saw Louis yesterday. His Ottomans is wild. I think he's really just waking people up to the potential Ottos have. And what is up, Opang? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. I am coughing my guts up. By the way, I think we are really close to hitting the 100 unique subscribers of the month. Yeah. You can see down... Yo, that was the one! Well done, Opang. That means that we get an extra 10% split from the revenue generation. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you to everyone who made that possible. I can tell you that they, like, on the Twitch side, don't make it easy because obviously gifted subs don't count, but you guys are fantastic. Well done. Oh. I can't figure out what's going on my back in this chair. Like, it's one of those rough situations where there's so much, like, variable customization on the chair. I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice with the way that I'm, like, altering it, you know? God damn. It's a good chair. It's just legit, I don't know. It's almost like I got choice paralysis on what I can do with the chair settings, you know? Because you have, like, 2 twisters. So you can move the back support up and down and then forward and back. And I'm like, I don't know where my back support usually is. Like, I am kind of a little bit lost. So I think the boys are getting set up now. It shouldn't be too long until we're in-game because there shouldn't be a stream delay on the lobby. Chair turning choice paralysis into back paralysis. Like, it's a good chair as well as the fit. Like, I actually love it. I love fabric chairs. I'm a really big fan of fabric chairs because, like, If you're going to sit in a chair for a long time, you want a material that breathes, right? This is cozy. You can get these yourself, by the way. We have got a panel down in the description. So this is the TC500 from Corsair. They were wonderful enough to send me one across for free to test it out. I like it. Like I said, I just need to... I keep meaning to actually take some time to figure out, like, what's the good settings? What are the settings I like, you know? And then I never find time to do it because ever since I got back, I feel like I am catching up on 4 different tasks all the time. King of the Keys versus King of the North? Wait, what? What? King of the Keys? They mean King of the Hamburgers. Louis King of the Hamburgers. That's how that works. Right? Or you can go with Lord of the Garrison versus King of the North. You guys like that title I dubbed Hero with? Lord of the Garrison. It's like, dude, you're champion. Like, you're not going to say, like, you know, King of the Garrison. It's lame. Lord of the Garrison. Kind of like Lord of the Commander type vibes coming out. Keys is a special stream. Oh, is that like the Red Light District one that someone's telling me about? But like Red Light District isn't what you think it is. Is that right? Because someone was telling me about this. They're like, you need to go Red Light District. It's like, dirty boy. They're like, it's not what you think, KP. It's an innocent place where all the people can go to be happy and free. Yeah, okay, yeah, that is the one. Gotcha. Oh, by the way, did we get any news updates? I don't think we did, right? No, nothing new. A little bit disappointing. Why is BC not participating? I would have to ask him. I don't have, like, the absolute answers to why he's not participating. By the way, go upvote this so people know where to look. So... You know, all I know is, and we just posted the series on YouTube, he lost to B. And then after that loss, he withdrew from KPMM 18. Because remember, the way that our format works is with the bracket, if you make it onto this screen, you're automatically entitled to an invite back to the next weekly. But you can decline it. And Beastie declined it. Beastie and Anatan declined the return. So I think, was it Baltoon declined as well? I think Baltoon was previous week. I don't know, like, Baltoon was a kind of one and doneer. He came in once and then just disappeared. So, I don't know. Maybe he's prepping strategies for, like, Elite Classic 3 or something. It's hard to say. He saw you sign up. You signed up? I haven't seen you in the bracket. Who are you? Doom hasn't dropped a game. That's a fair point, actually. Which really surprised me. I thought Kiljardi, I thought he'd at least get one game. Like, Kiljardi against Dimu usually feels like a tight set. Louis dropping a game, I think, like, Wham, it makes a lot of sense. Like, the way those two play, you could envision it being a 5-game series very easily. They have a lot of similarities in the way they like to play the game anyway. What happened to Beastie and Vortex? I mean, we literally just went over this. I'm like a broken record. Go ask Beastie. It's up to players if they want to sign up. He chose not to. As for Vortex, really not sure what's happening with Vortex. It's interesting, though, because Midweek Muster 19... In fact, I should be able to show it here. For Midweek Muster 19, we do have a certain Lucifron signing up. So we go through... I think sign-ups are still open for a few hours, maybe. So there might be a slot still available. So if you want to get in, get in now. Yeah, we're at 30 attendees, so we have 2 slots available. So go sign up if you haven't already. We should be doing this every week. It's a great way to improve. Who knows? Your story could be crafted and began here. There it is. Lucifer. He is back. So we've got MSN, Dimu, Louis returning, B, Wham, Kiljardi, Numedan, Sas, Voldemar, Myriad. Zvezdos has made it in again. Jonto, Scatterbrain, Mia Slash, Starflark, Gully, Jiff. Jiff's been fun to watch actually in these. Striker, Red Darksider, Scarlet. Hey, Scarlet's back. That's pretty cool to see. I don't think CSO signed up though. Rivtal, Nalubek, Slonic, Lemonos, Core, Mahodo, Hanadins, and Frodo. So yeah, room for 2. Need to see sort of in these. I've said already, like, I wouldn't rush him into it. The thing you have to keep in mind for sort of is, you know, he needs to rehabilitate himself into the AoE 4 ways. And that does take a little bit of time. All right, looks like we're hopping in. I'm going to start predictions now. Game numero un. I think we're just 30 seconds out from live. Just let me clear my throat. Sign up if you put me against Lucifron. We don't manipulate seeding like that, but go for it. Grind through, face him, defeat him. All right, hype it up. It is big time Thursday. That's right, finals Thursday is upon us. One and all, welcome back to the channel for what undoubtedly is going to be a fun series. Louis MT going up against Dimu. The Chinese kid hot off a winning streak after his victory in Germany over Beastie Cutie on LAN. Going up against Dimu, who is having his cleanest week so far in the midweek musters. And this man has been present for a lot of them. Look at that. Love this from chat. They highlight this. There's a limited number of players that have had a clean streak and remain with a clean streak. Marine Lord has not dropped a single game. The other player remaining in the tournament for semifinals that has not dropped a game, Dimu. And this is an interesting way to start. We've got Order of the Dragon versus Delhi. Order of the Dragon, pretty interesting civ as this has been developing over the last few months. Up against Delhi, though, a little bit difficult. The problem you run into here is that your opponent can easily go to Ghazi, and you have to do everything within your power to keep him away from Ghazi. But doing so tends to mean you have to go pretty heavy into racks, and you get kited quite easily. We actually saw it in the other semifinals, I believe it happened, where we had this all-in OOTD build up against Delhi, just found their way towards Castle Age. Close, but still no cigar, even with that melee mosh pit all in. So, see how these two want to play. It has been interesting to watch Louis MT. I was a little bit worried he was just going to be washed on the current patch. The problem with like Louis' playstyle is, in theory, Season 9 should have hurt him more than almost any other pro player. Because this man loves the wall. But somehow he still finds a way to get away with it so frequently. It's crazy. And this will be EGC Gorge, as you can see there. Let's hit the 2xp, because I think we are just 30 seconds out. Got to do that earlier. So, should likely be seeing Minework versus Dome of Faith here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Arkan is a possibility with his spawn. But the whole idea with the Minework, the reason why you want to go for it, is the matchup. When you're against Delhi, they force these very annoying timings around blacksmiths that you can't skip out on. So by going for Minework, you give yourself a lot more leeway to hit those timings, which is usually difficult for OOTD, given the overwhelmingly expensive nature of all their units. How do you guys predict? 83% for Louis. Whoa! Okay, no way did people just write Dimu off like that. That's crazy. It's the daily pick, right? Like I said, we've seen how this plays out already. Literally the other semifinals between Marine Lord and B, it ended up being, although somewhat close at moments, still in the end pretty dominant for Delhi. Looking at this one as well. Double deal leaning west is kind of good for Louis, actually. Makes it easy to defend against a pro scout yoink, which no doubt Dimu is going for. You can see it by the gold count already. Wow, a pro scouts game. I have never in my life seen these before. Chat, have you seen this pro scout meta thing I've been hearing about? Brand new, never seen it before. Oh no, that Gorge pun. The hilarity is I actually kind of hate Gorge. Excuse me, still got that cough. No, seriously though, I loved Gorge when it first got introduced in Red Bull Wallow. And then I hyped it up. I think I was the most positive person about its addition when they added it as a map to AoE4. But over time, I've come to hate this map. The problem is that it's too defensively oriented. In fairness though, Season 9 changes may have actually reinvigorated me. Because the Season 9 changes have made it much harder to just wall the map up. That was the toxic issue before, is it just felt like many games had been figured out, and the late game always came. And the late game was always the same. So we do have the double mill. This is for efficiency to gather the berries, but also efficiency to get techs. He doesn't want to skip on his pro scout timing, because he knows it's going to be a pro scout race. So this has been quite popular for the Deli. It just makes a lot of sense. If you think about it, because of the walk distance savings, you kind of make up for most of the cost of the mill anyway over time. Bro Scout's going to be nerfed out the game next patch? You have more inspirational belief in certain developments than some of us. I'm pretty sure before the last patch, people felt the same. That it was going to be nerfed into oblivion, and it wasn't. So, I'll hold my breath until I see the changes. It definitely needs to be changed, though. You know, and people are worried about us like going back to a 2TC meta, but let's be totally real, like 2TCs have been getting crippled as well. So, you can still rebalance around these things. Like I said, the most healthy approach to nerfing Pro Scouts, alter its recovery speed so that the deer takes a long time to come back, and then add new options to the map. Do those things together, and you have a very positive outcome from the post-Pro Scouts meta. It's a minor nerf? I barely count as a nerf. What was it? It was like a 5% movement speed malus? Wow. That's really going to stop me picking up the deer, huh? And then an extra, was it 25 resources? Wow. That's definitely going to stop me from going for this thing that gets me thousands of food safe. If you can't detect the sarcasm, it is strong in this one. So Skull's going to be moving out now. Zimu has not gone for the meta arm step. No. So, actually a good thing for him here. Some players will rush into the MAA next with OOTD, anticipating the switch. But Dimu is waiting, and this is really good news for him. Louis gone Ghazi into Spearman. Honestly, I feel like this is probably the best situation Dimu can ask for. If he went Archers, you have a problem, because then you have to go into Men-at-Arms, and then Ghazi counter your Men-at-Arms. But this way, you can just build these really chunky spears and contest your opponent. So Pro Scouts play is going to start dragging back the deer. Has already got one pack fully on the way home. No movement across the Louis side of the map yet, and as soon as I praise it for him, welcome to the Deli life. You think that you don't have to worry about a multi-unit transition immediately. But then Deli always just rear their ugly head. With the double production rates, they can just viscerally get into this type of transition. I think this is really what makes Deli still such an oppressive force to this day. There are not many civs that have the capability to match their tempo when it comes to unit transitions to feudal. Because for the type of scaling he's getting, normally you'd have to add in 2 production buildings. So you're kind of stuck on the comp. But with the Scholars, you can just shuffle them around. Like he done here. He switched from the Ghazi, switched over the archer range. Keeps the efficiency. And that is an efficient, smart choice. Thank you very much, After the Party. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to Swarm, mate. Make sure you guys are getting those subs in each month. Supports the channel. Means you don't have to worry about ads. In fact, I think a lot of you probably have got 3 subs. No, not 3 of them, but I would appreciate 3 of them. Remember, guys, if you have got Amazon Prime, that means you've got a free Prime sub to give each month to a Twitch streamer of your choice. If you're here, probably should spend it here. We're going for the decap. This isn't going to work. But he needs to do something. Like, he's losing the race right now. I don't know. I feel like we've just gone down the same awkward rabbit hole we always see OOTD do in this matchup. You're seeing it, right? He's having to react to the Men-at-Arms. Now, as soon as this gets seen, Louis can just react with more Ghazi, or, because MAA are insanely slow, just go Castle Age. I think Louis is going for Castle. OTD need a buff? I think the problem is not that all the Dragon are necessarily insanely weak. It's just that they are weak in this matchup. And some people aren't going to like that fact, but it's okay to have civs that are weaker against other certain civs. The reason it's okay is the asymmetrical nature of AoE 4 makes it almost impossible to not have that situation. And I know some people can say, but this ruins my like pub experience. It means I can't win this matchup when it happens. It's defeatist. But I'd still emphasize the execution requirement to play, right? So like when you're at the level where a bad civ matchup ends your game, GG, matters, you're at the level where you're actually playing competitive AoE 4. And if you're at that level, Like, if you optimize, you play your Civ so well that you're able to be at that level, then actually things become about a series draft than over an individual game. So Hasselon is coming through. Dimmu has a lot of food. What is going on here? Burgrave going to be on the way. Correct choice. And I've spilt Red Bull. Yeah, so why is this the correct choice? The reason is he just doesn't have a very frightening army right now. He needs to blob really fast. If he went Regnants here, he'd be pinned. Because you're slower than your opponent on the tech speed. And we already mentioned that production speed and how ludicrous it is. So yeah, it doesn't feel great to have to do this sometimes, but it makes sense. And with the savings, if you're going to keep regurgitating units out of this, you actually like save quite a lot of resources. It can be like 160 to 200 resources a minute. Up to 1800 conk. The Civ don't make the difference. Sort of. Like the Civs will impact it at your level. They can misbalance like the elo slightly. But the reality check is, like, if you are playing your Civ optimally, like the best it can possibly be played, then yes, below 1800, the Civ matchup won't work. Won't matter, rather. Or rather, it's beatable, right? It's overcomable of an issue. So Dimmu getting into the fabled Gilded Crossbowman. Honestly, it looks pretty bad right now. We've got 4 relics soon for Louis MT. There's like nothing left on the map. There's 1 relic left, and that's now being picked up. Dimmu can't block a single thing. Yeah, Dimmu is, you know, like, if he's meant to be the goalkeeper here, he's following the English tradition of being bad at it. And that's not his own fault. It's just the nature of the Delhi matchup, the way this plays. So for Dimmu, he's looking at an all-in timing. He's trying to blob, but the problem is he's blobbing into something which is already known. Louis MT is already prepping crossbows. And what worries me is the Gilded Crossbowmen are going to be strong, but actually, there's a Pakes tech that makes Louis MT's own crossbows pretty damn good. Burger's been meta for Order Dragon for some time. Define some time. I still say most of OOTD's history has been dictated by Regnants. It took a long time for people to just kind of realize that Regnants was griefing. Like, you remember when we see these fast castle OOTD builds and they just go Regnants? It's like, oh, I have no units. And I haven't got my prelates out yet. I'm dead. Like, that's the big difference that you have to keep in mind between HRE and OOTD. Is HRE can prep prelates and send them out before the age up. I.e., they can be in position to drag relics back the moment that the ching noise goes off for Castle Age. For Order the Dragon, a giant alarm bell rings saying, I've gone Castle Age! And then your opponent's going to look at relics. By the way, I kind of want to praise the devs for that Fast Castle OOTD relic race feels bad. Some people are going to be like, wait, what? Why would you praise them for that? There's a strategy we can't do. Well, the reason I praise them is because it was the most dominant strategy for HRE in the early days. So, like, what they done, which was very smart, is they kind of avoided repeating history. Let's be totally real. When we look back at HRE's history, the Fast Castle Fast Imp build, it was cool and fun. It made you feel powerful once or twice. But then it just felt really repetitive and boring. Nice little play onto the board here from Dimmu. He's leaning in for that aggression. A decent count of force here. Now, Louis, he is switching into archers. Why? I guess you can gap close on the Gilded Crossbowman. And arms are going in for flash. The home blades made them pretty strong, but the Gilded Crossbowmen are a really big problem here, and he realized that Louis has to back away, just throwing away troops unnecessarily. He's going to get into the choke points. A key drop is on the way. Louis. Whoa. Dimmu can't stop this. No, he's going to have to take the fight. And the scholars! Okay. Yeah, that's a wash. There are so damn many of them. 18 scholars for 130 HP. Herbal medicine as well. He's unkillable. This is ridiculous. I would be so tilted if I was Dimmu after this. I mean, his timing looked succinct. He looked on point. But 18 freaking scholars from the Delhi. And keep in mind what really happened here. Like, you lost that fight while your opponent was building a castle that cost 900 resources. Delhi versus OOTD remains Delhi dominant. What is up? My Anna chat boy. Anna Rising. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome one and all to the semi-finals for Midweek Muster 18. We just saw game number 1. You came in nice, bright, and early. Actually, you caught the highlight at the end of the first one. We've still got potentially 4 more. I think that this is the series that could go tight, could go close. And then after that, someone has to try and kill Marine Lord. I want to know when we're going to get Anachad back, though, because we need as many well-equipped players as possible to try and slay the Chim. Hopefully, we'll have him back soon. Making bank today? Wait, who's making bank? The Delhi? OP Scholar count? Say what? So... Louis, pretty dominant opening. We did talk about this, like, being predictable. I think Dumu was just trying to balance his situation. Like, he couldn't pick English, he needs Holy Island. If you pick Byzantines, your opponent has Delhi, can be a little bit weird. And then there's also the variants that your opponent could have went, like, HRE or French. So, like, I get where Dumu is coming from. Unfortunately, like, Louis leveraged the Delhi in probably the second best situation he could. The other one would be Lipany. But for Lipany, he still has something like Japanese if it doesn't come out in Holy Island. Let's say he throws a curveball there like Mongols. I think it's probably going to be Japanese for Holy Island. But he could still save, for example, like what, French or Otto. Ottomans, I would expect to come out on either Sacred Grove or Basin. So, next game looks like Dumu. Is he apparently picked Chushi? Let's have a look. We can get confirmation on Opera GX. If you guys haven't downloaded Opera GX, by the way, go ahead and do it. Use the link that's popping up in my chat when it does and create an account. Lets them know that I sent you. Helps there. Helps us get sponsor back again for a follow-up month. Sushi French. What map was this? Excuse me. Oh, we'll find out in a sec. I think they're ready to hop in. This must be Lipany. Okay, yeah, it's Lipany. Yeah. Interesting. I wondered if you go Lipany this early. The Sushi has some variants on where you can pick it, but like we said, this is a really good map for them. But the thing is, like, he had, like, what, Byzantines an alternative? I don't know. I feel like Louis read this quite well. Well, let's find out how it's going to play out in game. Let's get ready for G2. Yo, what's up? B222888. Hey, thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support. Who do we appreciate? Sorry, I had to put an extra A in there. Thank you, there. Welcome back to Swarm. Appreciate you. All right. I'm going to blow the mind of all my haters. You ready? Sushi. He said it right. That's right. Because the bald boy is in control of the bald men. One and all, welcome back to the channel for our semi-finals in Midweek Muster number 18. Louis MT, let me just flip that round, is off to an early lead here. Domination on Gorge. Dimu looking to strike back with his priority pick in the draft. But Louis, I feel like he kind of read this. French is really good into Sushi. It's not that Sushi cannot play at all, but their choices get a little bit weird. For a start, Shallow Monks feel bad because you're going to be up against massive French Knights, so usually you're going to go to Mount Low Academy instead. Then to make matters worse, yes, you can get Pro Scouts really fast, but the French can get it cheaper, so it kind of balances things out. Plus, the initial Knight forces Sushi to go into racks, which diversifies their comp, so they're a little bit slower on their greed. These are rough and worrisome details. And the other gruesome detail is that although you can fast castle, your opponent does not suffer from playing longer feudal. French will scale knights. And the importance of scaling those knights is it keeps Sushi away from just flooding lances. It feels like it's very hard to do that. And what is up, Thirsty Sips? It's not hard to do that. Subscribing. 21 months now. What a legend. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. As training with Sushi in Pro Scouts, you need to drop off the mill? Yes. Because if you don't drop off the mill, then you cannot get taxation and you do not get supervision. Because, for very obvious reasons, you're not allowed to supervise a TC. That would be gigabusted. For multiple reasons, actually. It means that one Imperial official could buff multiple resources. It also means that it would improve the production rate of a TC, which is insane. And then also, the efficiency attack drop-off would be a bit busted. Because usually, like, you know, when you come out here and you're taxing this area, you have to walk back to a TC. Imagine if the tax was just already sitting in the TC. Imagine if you didn't want to move out for a better Medigarden. What is this? Very defensive. I guess he didn't really have, like, anything crazily better nearby. Yeah, he got a pretty condensed swarm, so he's going to get the 36 food, 25 gold, and probably about 30 wood, which is respectable. There wasn't anything that much better. He could have walked out here, but it's a long walk to gain just 12 food and switch gold for stone. And all those stones are usually useful. I rate the stone drop when you're playing like a double stone outcropping spawn. Can you change the default drop-off point if the scouts, or does every new scout? Oh, that's an interesting question, actually. So, excuse me. I think you have to manually do it with the mill because they get really weird. So we've seen this because when you look at Anatolian Hills, which we had just a few weeks ago, Anatolian Hills was kind of a memeful for pro scouts. When people would try to do pro scouts, what ended up happening is that because there was a river in the way, the scouts would walk over and drop the deer on the edge of the river and run away and pick up more deer. So yeah, it's definitely more micro-intensive when you play Sushi or Chinese because you have to put it in the middle. So Dimu, Rack's coming in. Opening pretty much what we were expecting here. Let's see if your predictions were what we expected. Ooh, okay. Now that I dig. We have a 50-50 split, actually, between Louis and Dimu. I can see where people are coming from. Like, when I say French have the edge here, I don't mean it's, like, overwhelmingly, like, 90-10. I'd say it's more the 60-40, possibly. Like, there is a slight edge because of the dynamics in which you play militarily, but, like, Sushi have options and ways out. They have their own strong points. One thing that's going to be interesting is this Lipany spawn just kind of feels like it hates Dimu. Like, what happened with the relics? What? That doesn't seem reasonable. Apparently, LUMT is so big in AoE4. How big is he? He's got his own gravitational pull. He's pulling relics towards his base. That's bad for Sushi because of the whole idea of, like, rushing Castle Age. Now, likely we were not going to get Shaolin Monks anyway. If you rush Castle here as Dimu, likely we're going to be seeing Mountain Academy. Logic being is, like, you just... Sending out these very beefy Shaolin Monks is pointless against Knights. It's much better to focus on getting military presence at the start of Castle Age, and then rushing your monks with supervision afterwards. $5 gold and 1 screen? Bruh, like... I mean... I feel like there's going to be a lot of attention in this area on the map. There's just so much value, not just in the gold veins, but also the relics. Deer spawns were fairly balanced, I'd say. Like, a little bit of a wider split for Dimu, which is frustrating, but the trade-off is that Louis are more forward. The problem is, Dimu's not going to be able to rush out and take those deer away. Although he's got Spearman, the Knight is going to keep him at home. You can retrieve sheep corpses too? Yeah, but who does that? Like, if I loaded a delicious kebab onto my scout, I wouldn't wait until I had it at home. I'd devour that thing straight away. There are a few food sources that are acceptable to eat off of the ground if you accidentally drop them. Okay, I'm not going to continue that statement because I'm going to get judged. So, spears are going to be moving up now. Unfortunately for him, Louis actually reacted with archers. Oof. That could have been good for Dimu if he wasn't 8 spears deep. Yeah, like, this is a little bit unorthodox. Usually we don't actually see people react with archers against these spears. At the moment, most people are just obnoxiously building more knights. They're like, ha ha ha, that's cute. You built the counter unit to my knight. Anyway, let me just build more of these knights. Now, the reason why French can do that is because of Chivalry. Chivalry tech eventually just allows you to just outskill your opponent. 3 seconds, no bacteria can get to your food by then? I need you to drop your sandwich down the toilet to test this. But don't worry, you can look cool doing it. You can be like, I'm just full Vegasing it, you know? You get the reference? Elvis Presley? No? Okay. Okay, these guys are just... They just need to chill. There's a lot of screaming. The menu shows 2 types of scouts because Sushi and Chinese have a weird interaction where the scouts coming out of their stables register differently. It's just like a weird old UI issue. What is up, Nikolai? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate that support. Keep those subs coming. Choo-choo, mother duckers. Choo-choo into the cavalry for Dimu now. Oh! He's going melee blob strat. But this is very early, and Louis has an opportunity to out-micro him fully. The archers are just getting ignored. Dimu just needs to engage with them. Louis should be able to kite this out quite well. I don't know. I don't think you want to be in the age anymore. And Dimu looks like he's inclined to agree here. He's starting to stockpile up. And the horseman didn't really change anything. I don't know. I feel like this is a bit of panic in reaction to the archers. If he had preemptively started building horsemen, I could kind of understand it. But the knight count is now at 6. You can't win these fights. And this is worrisome now because the longer you try to win this fight, the better it gets for Louis. Because of chivalry, because of the knights being upgradable for castle. So Clash going to come in. Archer's going to hug up against the gold. Spear count is low. And the knights are just doing a good job of healing. I think Dimu is now in kind of a panic state where he's like, if I don't actually build units, I die. Because one thing you got to keep in mind, before anyone says like, oh my god, Dimu, why would you play this age? Look at his gold spawn. It's double forward. I think he felt pressured into doing this because of that detail. And it's kind of hurt him. Louis now just shuffling around the back. I mean, this could at least be good for Dimu. He could try to aggro onto the gold, which would be big. It's dangerous, though, because he's putting everything behind this while also attacking. So Shaolin Monastery is going to be the choice. Considering the relic spawns, it might be a bit tricky to get anything. He didn't go pro scout? He did. They both done pro scouts because welcome to competitive meta. Oh my god, if I can actually click on it, are you for real? There you go. I think Louis just got distracted, which is unfortunate because Dimu's taking advantage of that now. Tech up complete. Louis needs some damage. He should be capable of intercepting here. And I think he knows. Yeah, okay, so... Ooh, no. This is kind of criminal. If you let Dimu get away with this. Archer count is good. Should be able to chase down all the spearmen. Veterancy is coming in for the spears, but a little bit slow here. Meanwhile, Knights are going to dive onto the gold line. Spearman reaction is going to be there, but look at the walker kills! He gets 8 on the gold. Louis is going to keep barreling here. And rice with ham and egg seems appropriate to subscribe. Thank you very much, because right now, Louis is going ham. And crushing Dimu's egg-shaped head. Yeah, this is rough. He's trying to play into the lances. Louis MT just has so many knights right now. Archer count still looks healthy. Dimu needs to slow down a little bit, wait until he's got the first 4 knights out, and then look for the clash. This is so rough, though. It's just not the 8 worker kills. Remember, on top of that, French do produce quicker out their TC. Louis is going to go for the poke. Knights are going to have to defend this. The spearmen are going to be able to reap it. Needs to be very careful. At this stage, your knights feel insanely fragile against veteran spears. Louis just needs to find the age up. He's got a very healthy economy lead. He needs to be careful not to overextend, because these archers go down, he won't be able to fight at all. He's getting cheeky. He's trying to find that charge without a brace. I don't know, man. Like, Louis, should he not have cut production? Because Dimu's gaining a lot of ground and momentum off of this. Shaolin Monk is going to go for the pickup. Warlord's going to get activated, but he will get clubbed down. But that forces you to stand on top of the spearman and lose even more knights. Louis, this is a big problem. He's lost the pro scout game. He's still an age behind. The front line is starting to thin a bit for Dimu, but not as quickly as the knight count for the French. Like, you just have nothing for an H up now. That could just end up being game. Dimu still has a very solid economy. Louis has got a long way to go. Good news at least is like Dimu still hasn't got relics. I see that. Now he's picked one up. As a plat 2, do you think it's worth learning to play Chinese Shu-Chi? I think they'll get nerfed. They should get nerfed. I would say, considering how complicated the civs are, you probably get more value out of learning other civs. Does that make sense? Flash coming in. Outpost. Louis? Ambitious. Not going to work out here. He wanted the ball. Like, honestly, I would say find civs that you would find fun. Because, like, we've got boys saying it's a fun civ, but there are plenty of people who say Shu-Chi is a boring civ. It's all about preference. Dimu was always going to love them because they have ball boys and he's bald. And not everyone is bald, you know? This is getting ugly, guys. Louis is slipping, and I don't know if he can maintain control. The next fight could just be an imperative victory for Dimu. He just needs to make sure he's got more lances. Spear count is looking reasonable. And the monks are starting to find goodies. Why Louis done this, by the way, with the ball? It's not just about gathering the food, it's about having vision to block the relics. If he lets these through, he's behind. Is there a risk that Dimu runs out of food here? Well, he is on berries right now. He forgot about the final deer. And the secondary boar is really far away. Okay, so there is kind of a scare point here for Dimu. I'm sure his cognizant of it. But both of them are on berries. So, like, the boars could actually be the difference maker here. Is Louis going to do this from an age behind? Because, like, the problem is that the archers look like a throw from Louis. But they're actually not. It's stopping Dimu from going into crossbows. If he had crossbows, this fight is so easy. He's to cut spears and go mass knights. I don't think he can afford it now. Okay, he's finding his way out into the berries now, so it could get a little bit better. He just hasn't really got much relic value so far in this game. And Knight's now finding on the flanks. Ben. Uh-oh. I mean, there's Shaolin monks here, but you just ignore that. And remember, killing the Imperial Force with this is smart. It's actually worth it when it's Shu-Chi. China, ignore them. Shu-Chi, kill them. Gets the kill. Should be able to find 2 more worker kills before the Shaolin monk will clear him up. And remember, he can just run away now with the chivalry. He does choose to be greedy instead, though. But that was worth it. The other time force, you still get 3 worker kills when you include the taxman. Dimu. Well, now it's known what you're doing on the flank. Like, I gotta give a lot of props to Louis MT. There was a shaky point about 3 minutes ago where it looked like staying feudal was killing him. And a lot of players would have, at that point, said, this is not worth it, I need to get out of the edge. But he stuck to his guns. I respect that. You know, sometimes, although it seems obnoxious, although it seems, you know, ignorant or arrogant or whatever, if you're committing to a timing, to a strategy, and you pivot off of it, you are inherently playing the new strategy suboptimally. So what does Louis do in this game? Instead of saying, oh, let's change gears, let's take a risk going in a different direction, he takes a risk believing in it all. Feudal French to destroy the Shu-Chi. Okay. This might be a quick day for Ben. That was meant to be like, GG, let's get an even score type civ pick. Now things get weird. Things get, like, really weird for him now, I think. Respond to that later. What can he do to fix this? So French plus Delhi removed. He's still got some strong picks. Malians and Byzantines. Do you just go Holy Island? I mean, you're not going to pick English anywhere else, right? You can't pick English on Sacred Grove because your opponent still has HRE. If you can force HRE to be committed and beat it, then English actually has some variants where I think you can play them on Sacred Grove. I don't know, man. I think he's just going to go Holy Island. Let me open Opera GX. Exclamation mark Opera GX. Download it now. And let's have a look. It's going to be English, Japanese. We're going Holy Island. Okay. I mean, with the way this is played out, there's nothing crafty for you to do. You can't, like, fin the draft in a meaningful way when you're 2 down. So he just says to hell with it. In fairness, like, I don't think you were ever going to get Louis to commit Japanese anywhere else. And he wasn't going to get you to pick English anywhere else. I'm going to run a minute of ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? Excuse me, sorry. Yep, that's what you get for subscribing to the channel. You get to hear me cough. Whew. That's some sexy content right there. Great cast as always. 1 point to improve. There are often fights you go over the map or talk about other topics. That's because the fights are, in the grand scheme of things, quite linear or microscopic. And looking at what happens next is more imperative to the outcome of the game than watching, like, one knight and one spearman fight. Hope that makes sense. I think I've talked about this before. Like, sometimes there's way too much onus put on. Oh my god, he lost a villager. Like, yes, one villager is, like, important. But there are more important things to figure out next. Okay. So, Gamba up. Sorry, YouTubers. I don't think there's a way to do Gamba on YouTube. Can anyone name a Pokemon beginning with W? It'd be Warbuffet, right? Because we're Giga Chad, and we know our good generations of Pokemon. And thank you, Drum. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Whoop, whoop. Get those subs coming. Because you're about to be part of a video. Is Dimmu doomed to just be destroyed? Like, he was meant to be the chosen one, but one and all, this looks grim. Only 2 players have not dropped a single game, or had not dropped a single game before this series. Marine Lord and Dimmu. Louis MT is rolling over Benny Boy right now. It's 2-0 up, and we hop in for Japanese versus English. Matchup that, if I'm totally honest with you, kind of has felt like a 50-50. I like that, though. Like, you know, you kind of feel a little bit more in control of your destiny. The interesting thing is both these civs have power spikes. So for Japan, they have some really good timings around, like, Sabo in the docks. For English, they can try to leverage a water lead to go into the Admiralty, which gives them extra range and makes it impossible to fight them on water. But then you can pivot back to land. I've been really enjoying Holy Island. I feel a little bit bad that we're going to be removing Holy Island, at least temporarily, from KPMM to give a different water map a chance. Because it's genuinely the best water map in the game. I'm kind of a broken record saying this right now. But legit, I think this is the best water map that exists in AoE4. It's a little bit sad that it's not in the standard game, that it's only custom. With the upcoming DLC and more civs the next, do you think we will ever see one civ players like StarCraft? No. Oh, sorry, did you want me to expand? There's multiple reasons. So, for a start, like, StarCraft is elegantly designed in a very different way to Age of Empires 4 to enable one civ commitment. Another thing is drafting. Like, the drafting style, we've already accepted for a very long time that we're not going to allow someone to come in and pick French 7 games in a row. It's not very engaging. It's not very impressive. And Age of Empires before even 4 already established this philosophy of civ diversity. And by the way, that civ diversity philosophy has expanded. Even Age of Mythology, a game that used to have it different, has now engaged in that idea that you should play all these other civs. And yes, we do read both YouTube and Twitch. We do our best. Did you guys know that I can't actually show the YouTube comments on screen here? Because it's against Twitch's TNCs. Because they don't want you to advertise like a different platform, basically. Alright, so Abbey of Kings coming in is pretty standard. We might see Dimu add in an archer range quite quickly. Logic here being that Japan is going to go into Koka Township. And Lombos will counter the Shinobi. If you rely on only the knight, the king will lose to double Shinobi. So you have to be really conscious of that. If you see your opponent's going to be spamming Shinobi, which is a good probability he will, then you're going to need to add in the Lombos. But this is where I think Japan start to benefit. If you get this organic 1 counter, 1 counter, 1 counter on land, and there's no harassment on sea, Horsemen win for Japan. So for Dimu, once the age up is done, he's going to want to find counter pressure on water, because the more you can make it about water, the better it is for English. So like, I think one interesting direction that AoE4 could have went in to fix the issue of complexity through adding too many civs so that new players can't engage genuinely would have been team games. Team games would have offered up diversity to allow people to potentially pick the same civ again and again and again in a way that you just can't allow in 1v1. And I genuinely, I've been pretty fervent about this for years now. But if RTSs want to see like this big reboom, this resurgence in popularity, I legit think a big part of it is team play. You know, even when we were hyping up Battle Aces, dude, the amount of people who were just playing 2v2 instead because they were more fun there spoke volumes. But back in the line of 1v1s, we do have the first Shinobi on the way. No Q up on a second here for Louis MT. It looks like he's probably prioritizing the boat. Fishing is an advantage for him right now. Dimu 2 behind. But the trade-off is Dimu already has the archer ship on the way, and he also has the king. Oy, oy, oy. He's got double docks, so most of the fishing should be safe. But the out of time should prove a nuisance here. And also, unfortunately, Louis MT went for the junk. Yeah, ideally you want to go Springwood here, because now you can't force your opponent away easily. He's going to stay here and harass. So poke comes through. Louis is going to try to do his best to actually minimize the idle time. But remember, like, it's going to take a while to get this archer ship away. And that's the point. Like, it's forcing idle time to make a difference. And Jimmy, what a difference it's going to make. Double Springwood gets queued up. They're not able to find any fishing boat kills, but look what he's doing. He's min-maxing. You can't afford to lose the galley here, so you're going to have to start moving away soon. But he even gets a fishing boat kill. Okay, what? 2? Oh, sorry, no, that was just the one. It was taking ages to die. Oh, wow. He might actually sack the galley. Oh, that's very surprising. Wait, no. He's starting? Okay, so he throws away the archer ship. But guys, he already has double Springwood. Like, second one's coming out, what, now? He's pop locked. He's going immediately into Admiralty. This is sick. This might be the earliest Admiralty we've had in KPMM. Remember, Admiralty is the thing that gives you extra attack range on your boats. So he's now going to try to make this a Springwood floor. So Louis is going to have to look for some sort of crafty land play and then a demo ship play follow-up. King is getting targeted down. Unfortunately, the Shinobi died a little bit too quick there. Dimu is going to have to back up because the second horseman, if it was just one, he actually could have fought that. He should be able to make it home, though. Remember, you move up slightly quicker speed than standard knights, 1.69. So it's going to be tight, but I think he should be able to make it to the TC. Yeah. That's a little bit depressing. Oh my god, he's so close. That has to be vexing. So Louis ends up losing the Shinobi, gets idled off the gold, which stops him scaling Springwood ships. And Dimu loses nothing for it. Like, yes, he lost the archer ship. The archer ship forced out of time, got worker kill, and covered Admiralty. In AoE4, you shouldn't be forced to play more than 8 civs to play high level. I mean, agree to disagree to a certain degree. But then again, like, we're in a situation where you only have to play 9 civs. Because drafting formats resets draft after 5 games. After 4 games, sorry. So yeah, actually, no, like, yeah, no, you're fine. It's 8 civs. 8 civs is fine. You play 8 civs, you can play competitive. You're not going to play competitive well because you won't be able to do all the elegant matchups, right? So you can actually get outdrafted. But legitimately, if you can play 8 civs well, you can actually play competitive AoE4. But hear me out. What if you just instead spent 3,000 games playing HRE and then casually played the other civs? Boom. If that's where you find your enjoyment, good for you. You're probably going to lose, but you're going to lose in style. Looks like we do have first spot on the worker kills when it comes to land. So nice strike there by Louis. That's annoying as well. That was the builder for the docks. So Louis could actually just get a dock edge. I'm a bit worried right now, though. Yeah, spiral count does favor Louis, but range does not. This is very early. You're seeing how awkward it feels when you go Admiralty this soon. Like, in theory, you should be untouchable, but actually there's a worry here. Louis MT, if he mans the sails, could easily clip you and kill you. Luckily for Dimmu, Louis didn't actually activate it. Spear's coming out. Louis on point with his reaction, though. We do have Yuumi on the way. Yeah, kind of crazy, actually. So the reason why Dimmu has got away with Admiralty, guys, did you notice the difference in this game compared to most Holy Island games? Where are the longbows? You're meant to go longbows, right? You always go longbows here to counter the Shinobi. And then Louis goes Horseman, and then you go back for Spearman, and then he comes back for Yuumi. And then the Yuumi and longbows fight, and then, you know, so on and so forth. He skipped a step. He pretty much just put Louis a full step behind. That's why he got away with researching Admiralty, which, reminder, is a 500 resource tech. It's not cheap. 10 minutes. And look at this. He's switching to melee blob. Or rather sticking to it. Men at arms instead of going longbows. Spearman? Oh my god. No, this king kill's not worth it. Even if you got it, it wouldn't be worth it. I mean, you get 50 seconds of no king, right? But it's only a 200 resource unit, and you just punted away 360 resources to try and kill him. Dimmu got to be feeling inspired here with some confidence. And now with a longbow switch, dude, the timing on this. Louis has abandoned ship on Horseman. He's not recommitting. He is, however, getting demos ready. Demos for Dimmu. More men at arms are being queued up. Outpost is being rushed. Should be able to get it up in time here. But not before he gets some losses. Wait, what? Oh, he panics! Louis, he pulled the villagers away instead of committing to help it go up faster. So ends up losing 3 workers. The dive's going to continue past. The Yuumi should eventually clear up the spears, but the idle time feels worth it for Dimmu. Oh, wow. Longbow follow-up is on the way. Spearman reaching into the tree line. He's going to find additional worker kills there. This is working. Meanwhile, on the water side, Louis is so distracted by what's happening. He's not doing anything with his boats. Has 5 demos and hasn't used them. Yeah, and that worries me because now, like, there's nothing to distract him. Dimmu has done his damage on land, so now he can just focus on defending at sea. Archer ships have got a little bit of work cut out for them here. Should be fine for... No, oh, no, do it. Hold on. Hold the phone. He needs to get these all away. He's limited on the count right now. More spirals are being queued up. Fishing boats are being pulled for the heal. Detonation will claim another. Villager is going to get sniped. I don't think Louis got enough out of this. No. He's going to leave. And land does not look good for him right now. And that looks good to me. Thank you very much, Cube Mamba. I appreciate the Prime sub. Get those Prime subs in, guys. It's towards the end of the month. Reminder, you've got to use them. If you don't use them, they don't stockpile up. What feels like a stockpiling up is a lead right now for Ben, though. Dimmu, the reason he's further ahead has been those like worker kills. He keeps bringing workers out and leaving them here to build the docks. Before it was Horseman, this time it was Louis getting sniped at Springle Ship. But the bigger issue I see in this game is actually gold. That's a lot of gold gathering, and this is Lombo Mass. So you can get sniped quite easily here. You can even go for the injured villagers to get the easy kills. Yeah, Dimmu wasn't quite looking at that, though. There was 2 that were almost dead. Demo connection. This is going to be a bit of a whiff. It's going to retreat. Wait, there's only 1 spearman. Wait. He stopped producing spearmen. Louis! Oh my god, no. Those are some heavy losses. The men-at-arms are going to get butchered. Dimmu is not winning water. This is crazy. He had such a good position just a minute ago on land, but didn't anticipate Louis doubling down on horsemen again. Yeah, he cheapskated it with the spearman count. He was trying to get ahead on boats because he was behind there originally. And now he's in trouble. Dimmu gets the demo out. Good connection. Sinks 1, almost takes a second. That'll be enough to scare Louis away. But Dimmu right now, this military count is kind of starting to underwhelm. And Yuumi, love this. Horseman giving vision. Yuumi getting the kills. Dimmu needs to basically go into mass lombos and then push his way out once he has spears. The problem right now is finding the wood for that. Front tree line gets harassed. He shifts to the east side. Dive is going to continue. Yuumi going for the worker kills. Louis taking the lead. Demo detonations. Oh my god! He denies Dimmu's. He gets his own connection. And Ben is losing land and sea and technology. Castle Age just around the corner for Louis. This is a 3-0. The kid is unkillable. Marine Lord, what do you think, guys? I think M Lord's got to be quaking just a little bit. If he's watching these games right now, he's like, what is with this kid? I mean, I'm inspired. Like, it's unfortunate that we just have kind of a wipe in the semifinals. Both of them. But I guess in a different light, it's encouraging for what should hopefully be a long grand finals. Louis now just going to start scraping away at the fishings. Flown Gay on the way. He's already flowing an insane amount of food. King's going to go down. Double outpost means Lombos can't do anything anymore. The timing's gone for Dimmu. Like, you can't die with this now. You just die. Demo connection could be good, at least. About that. Well, we got the boat. Demo still held in reserve for Louis, but Dimmu good reaction to get rid of it. But even if he cleans up this fleet now, it's the damage done. Right, Dimmu got idled out a lot. He lost a few fishing boats. He's now full age behind. Men-at-arms, I'll go with the dive in, but plastic shields. Wait, is someone shaming Dimmu? Who is consistently top 10 on the ladder? Alright, link your AoE full world account. If you're gonna call someone bad, you've at least got to have the balls to drop your own thing in there, you know? Dimmu's Gonaz may be gone soon. It feels like he's getting the snip snap. Mad Samurai here. I don't see him holding for much longer. Dimmu's just investing everything into a feudal defense. Maybe inspired by the way that Louis done it in game number 2. The water side is also now a problem because for a while he's had that admiralty for the range advantage. But now Louis can equalize that if he chooses. Looks like instead... Okay, yeah, Dimmu just scouts something important there. Louis is not investing onto water again. He's chill pilling. Is there a way Dimmu can exploit this info? Theoretically, the gold. The second gold is really far out there. But he needs to be fast about this. If the Yuumi get upgraded, I don't see a world in which Dimmu comes out victorious in this fight. Yeah, Louis, he's just going to try to send in some Mount Samurai for chip raiding. Remember, the scaling point got really crippled with the floating gate changes. It really doesn't vomit out Mount Samurai as quickly as it used to. Villagers? We're back at it again. Is Ben scraping back into this? I mean, the tree line is now going to move to a safer location. There's a lot of spears from Dimmu. This is kind of wild. And guys, what I really want to emphasize here is the fact that Dimmu isn't sacking water at all. Look at the number. Louis sacking water. He gave up on it. He's all in on land, and he's the one losing troops still. And the burn damage. This is great targeting. The Yoroshiro is insanely valuable. If you can take out these, you slow down the ramp up. Sandwich is going to come in, though. Hello, Louis. Wraps around the back. Spearmen need to be protected. Yumi been cleared. The Lombos, you pretty much want to like use them as a front line for the spears. Otherwise, you lose the fight anyway. Louis will be able to get the mop up. But on sea, things just got really threatening here. Louis, he realized just too late. Dimmu now with a double up when it comes to Navy. Landside, he has at least pushed Dimmu's aggro back. Now it looks like Ben is going to hunker down with spears and double down on Navy. Question now is whether Dimmu can get deep enough fast enough here. It's not going to be easy. In some ways, Louis has made it simpler. Remember, Louis sacked water in a big way. He only just went and got the extra health, as well as the Spiral Cruise. So he's fixing the gaps. He was missing huge abundances of technology and water. The issue now for Dimmu is, although the range is equal, the firepower and their defense is not. Yeah, and Dimmu's feeling it. He needs a distraction on land again. Oh, that's a good start. Louis wasn't looking. Did react in time to at least save some. There's some I see most. Deflective armor is one hell of a tool. The issue is last time Dimmu done this, very advantageous because the tree line. This time Louis just ran away. He's like, huh, yep. This tree line has receded quicker than a middle-aged man's head. Time to go somewhere safe. V-Reezy, he went safely into his bank account. Used his prime sub here. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Relic's now coming in for Louis. Wait. I'm just checking we're all paying attention here. Could you imagine if... Oh, no. I don't even want to think about it. Let's look at the water. Louis brute forcing. So Dimmu has a problem now. He needs to get his age up fast, but he needs to win on the water as well. This playing to demos is really smart. Most players playing English don't go demos at this stage because of the Admiralty. Because the extra range does nothing for demos. Right? Like, this unit runs in and blows itself up. Having a sniper scope is not going to change your range. Interesting metaphor, but we'll go with it. But when you're an age behind like this, and the techs come in, you actually have to play demos. Demos are the grand masterpiece to reset everything. Massacre on the back line. Hello, Louis. He's going to realize it as well. The tree line is unguarded, but check this Dimmu. He says to hell with guarding and dying slowly. He's going to try to mirror. This is a lot of spears. Mount Samurai are going to be forced away in the end. The spearmen are not. They're hanging around. Yumi, outnumbered, outgunned, and doomed to die. Shinto is at least going to be able to garrison the relic here. We've got more Yumi trickling in. Lombo count is not high. He needs to protect them like they are made of literal gold. Because if they die, the Yumi win. And this is awkward though. Like your Lombos need to kill the Yumi, they need to kill the villagers. They've got way too many tasks they need to fulfill here. Kings will be able to keep poking onto the Villi line. Mount Samurai have still not been cleared. But C might be. Dimmu. 11 Hulks now. Louis MT had to double down fully on land. He's going to lose the sea. Spearmen can also be guarded on the shoreline if this starts to turn into a big snowbally win. Demo ships, not going to be able to connect. Spearmen could actually find a few worker kills. Jackpot here for Dimmu. He'll take every little he can find. Textiles definitely makes it a lot harder. Dimmu, you may notice that he's not going castle. He had to fully reinvest because of how much he's thrown away in these fights. it's so difficult what he's doing as well. He's having to navigate multiple engagements from an age behind. But this is where Mad Samurai kind of griefs you. Mad Samurai, very strong, granted. But like the trade-off is you're kind of giving the English a way of fighting you from an age behind time and time again. Compared to if you just went, say, Men-at-Arms, is slower, but it's impenetrable. The issue is I think Louis is freaking out that Dumu might just tech to Castle Age. So he keeps going Mad Samurai so he can be ready to raid. Credit to Ben for this though. Like the way he's played it is really smart. Because he keeps attacking into the enemy base, the Mad Samurai have to defend instead of attacking. Speaking of the MS, I'm going in for a dive now. Outpost being rushed up. That's the attack speed, or you need to show respect to that. Lombo's trying to dish out to the Yuumi, but he actually goes... Wait, the Bannerman? He actually... Is he going to lose this fight due to the Bannerman snipes? He is. That's freaking ridiculous. Guys, you don't want to kill the Bannerman. The Bannerman has 3 ranged armor. 2 default plus 1 extra. You're losing almost half your damage into that thing, not to mention the fact that Yuumi Bannerman have over double the health of standard Yuumi. Attacking these guys is losing Dumu the defense. That's unbelievable. And here's the thing, like, what do you get from sniping the Yuumi? Nothing. There's 3 of them, 3 of these Bannermen. They take ages to kill, and even when they die, they drop a banner on the ground to keep buffing. I can't believe that. Those extra Yuumi just delivered a golden 3-0 for Louis, it feels like. Dive continues in. There's no spoon to defend anymore. Land is a win for Louis, but water is a concession. Dumu did get the win here in the end while all that was happening. I think that's also why he was attacking the Yuumi. I don't think it was intentional. I think he was just distracted. Yeah, make no mistake about it, folks. This game is not over yet. Dumu is in a shaky position, but if he can find his way towards a white tower, he can still scrape a win on water to stay in this game. The issue is how and where and when are you going to build this white tower? Last bit of food's coming in. He's got 46 workers to do it with. And oh my god, is it a defensive white tower? He knows he won't be able to build it anywhere near where the fight is. He just has to hide it. That Samurai just still pinning anything that spawns. The problem is, like, Dumu kind of needs to spawn things, otherwise these guys go looking for more targets. And Louis seems none the wiser. He doesn't realize this is happening. So it looks like Ben is going to make his way into Castle Age. But for what? Let's be totally real about this. He's down 20 villages on land. And unless he can now sneak out and set up the docks over here, it's not going to be worth a damn. And the other issue is Louis still has a dock. You haven't secured water fully yet. What a crazy game. I mean, this feels like one of those classic ones that, like, sure, it might end up being a 3-0 scoreline in the end. But let's not act as if this wasn't close. This game was crazy. Villagers on the 4-tree line are going to have to run away after the outpost got taken out. Has at least got room in the TC. The problem here for Dumu, he can kind of get white tower wood and gold for a bit, but like the wood's not even going to last that long because it seems to be a thin tree line. Where's Dumu's war military? He deleted it. He hit delete key, and I'm not sure why. I'm pretty sure he hit delete key because I heard a delete key earlier, but I don't get it. He didn't win water. Like he hasn't actually confirmed the victory yet. Guys, you know that scene in Succession, the TV show, where like they're like we haven't counted all the votes. Like, okay, but we need to declare for him. It's that all over again. This is what happens when you do it prematurely. Only unlike that scene, this isn't going to lead to months in court. No, this will be swiftly decided in a matter of minutes. I can't believe it. I mean, he either deleted it or he missed demos. Like, either way, it's a big deal. I feel like it might be half-off because I swear I heard some deletions. I can't believe this. Louis is going to get back on water. The Mountain Samurai count is still insanely healthy. Dumu He needs to get out here and set up docks. Meanwhile, Louis is going 2TC. So he's prepping for the inevitability of like a secondary push to get him off of water. But for Dimu to do that, it would be so expensive, it would lose him the game. And yeah, it's fair. Like, I mean, you say it wouldn't make sense. I've seen weird situations where people just delete because they're like, I only need a few boats here. I know I've won water. Probably did get hit by demo, but we were so distracted by these insane raids, quite rightly so. I think he got clipped. So Louis, with an insane off-screen demo play, may have just sealed it. Because I just don't see the way now for Dimu. Trebs are showing up now for Louis. He's going to start addressing the white tower. Mounted Samurai just don't feel unkillable. I mean, Dimu has at least got the +1 on the TC, but it just doesn't feel relevant here. The white tower is the one place he can feel safe. And he's even prepping archery ranges in the corner. So he's going to try to recover with mass crossbows. Do you have the resources for that? I mean, the most important resource that he's not going to have is time. And yeah, he just keeps trying to get the final pressure in. But like, look at the count now. It's all because of the arrow slits. Naval arrow slits goes real hard. There's a reason why Japan became one of the most popular picks on Holy Island. It feels so difficult to finish them off. And this feels so difficult to hold. White tower starting to be sieged. More trebuchets are now on the way. It is a Ford siege workshop, so it won't take long for them to arrive. I think we're going to have a crazy finals. He's even just blitzing down the primary TC. Because there's no threat. Oh, Ben. I'm trying to think if Ben has actually ever been in a finals for Midweek Muster. I feel like he may be the most consistent semi-finals placing player in Midweek Muster. The amount of times he's been denied at the very final... Actually, no, sorry, no, he has been. He's been 10 and 9. 9 and 10 were the two that he made into the finals, but he lost to B. But outside that, just so frequently always present in these semis. Hell of a lot of consistency in it. Louis MT, I mean, this is a big opportunity for him, folks. Louis MT has only ever won once in Midweek Muster. It was the big one, though. It was the All-Stars event. But that event felt more like a marathon, if you guys remember, because we had a round-robin format. So it's a good thing that he's proven he can do marathons, considering he's going to play this series into potentially 7 games against Emerald. The problem is that Marine Lord is going to be looking fresh, ready, and able. This is getting so expensive for Dimmu. Louis is going to go into Imperial Age. Like, there's nothing to stop him here. And the Knights are going to look to dive in. He's hesitating. The problem here is that there's enough garrison spots for all the villages. So he has to show respect. So instead, just go off to the TC. Wait, no, wait, those are villages. Oh my god, run! 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 Okay, luckily for him, the Mad Samurai go back to defend the trebuchets. Because that could have been a pin and 15 down. But now, like, you can't scale eco anymore. He still hasn't secured the other fishing stack. He has no TC. He's versus 2 TC. This is over. The Mad Samurai, they are just going to poke away the mango. It's a freebie, right? There's nothing to defend it. The only way that Louis loses this game now is if he just runs underneath the white tower unnecessarily. But instead, all you need to do is scale trebuchets and slowly roll this. Like at this stage, Dimu has got 34 villages on wood to try and keep this thing up. He's also super inefficient on the fish. He's trying to like maximize it now, but it means he's just so far away for the 1k that's all the way out there. So his food income is just kind of getting worse and worse. And with the tech up complete, he waves the white flag. A rough Rio, but one thing's for sure, folks. Marine Lord versus Louis MT. We're about to have a banger. Is that my boy Dave coming by to see his fellow bald man fall victim to the unstoppable Chinese prodigy? What's up, Dave? How's it going, buddy? You having a good day? Wait, what's that emote next to you? Better TTV Pro. Oh, I didn't even know about that. I think that's the first time I've seen that. But not the first time we've seen Dimu fall victim like this. You're a pro. Dude, you are a pro. Like, it literally says pro in the title. Like, if Marine Lord's in my chat right now, it doesn't say pro. None of those other people say pro. 500 emote slots? Jesus. Here I am trying to farm up for basic Twitch emote slots. I do need to, like, I definitely need to add more better TTV stuff. I think I've got some of them added. I can't remember if is it better TTV or, like, the Frankers one. I can't remember. There was definitely something I had. Oh, and I'm pretty sure I can get the better TTV on my Opera GX. Wow. Okay, so I believe Marine Lord should be ready to roll. Let me just double check and confirm. Actually, Chim, I'm guessing Louis is going to want like a 5-minute break. So reminder, guys. In fact, I'll update the bracket now while I continue to die. Did you get ill in the end, by the way, Dave? Did the plague claim you as well, or were you safe? I was very thoughtful for Tristan when we were going to the airport. Because originally, like, there's me, Vodka, Heart, and T90. And, like, we're like, who's going with who here? I'm like, dude, we should send the plague victims together. Okay, just stick me and Heart in a car together. We've already killed each other. We must protect the others. Alright, did I just put Frio for... Yeah, look, we'll see. Let me just double check that. There we go. Okay, so... bracket updating in 3, 2, 1. Doink. So yeah, M-Lord Louis MT, like, I think they have been... I don't know if it's his most persistent, like, scrim partner right now, but it's definitely up there. Like, historically, it's always been up there. Should be a pretty tight series. Louis clears this 100%. That's ballsy. Like, not even like, yeah, 80%. I kind of respect the commitment, but the importance now is to realize you could get egg in your face. But, like, I respect that. Like, I hate the people who wait until they've won the game and they go, GG's. Right? Like, those people, ultimate form of cringe. I will immediately drill into you like, you didn't have the balls to say it before. Like me, egg on my face, right? I'm in there in a game, straight away, I'll be all chat typing. If I win, I have earned that all chat type. If I lose, humbly take it, right? They get to go haha back. But like also, if you wait until the very end to just say haha, you've got to also balance the amount of like mockery you give. Because if you didn't have the balls to like BM throughout, or smack talk throughout, you're a pussy. Dimu has won no KPMMs. So I can show you here in our Opera GX. Wow, look at that. Exclamation mark Opera GX. Download it, guys. Remember, supports the channel. Look, right there. Boom. Get more people. You can see it's been kind of rough for Ben. He's come close a few times. But like I said, like he's consistently in semifinals. I feel like Dimu has more semifinal appearances than anyone else. He just always gets pipped at the post. But he's full-time streamer. Okay. And what, pray tell, does that have to do with things? Nice! My boys are ready to roll straight away. So let me get it open. Marine Lord is ready. Looks like Louis is ready. I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, it's late for Louis. I don't think he wants to hang around, you know? He's like, I just need to stomp ML, GG him out. Like, no time to waste. Let's go. So, reminder, by the way. In fact, let me just update the UI. This is best of 7. It means we use every single map we have in the weekly. So, we're going to have Gorge, Lipany, Dry Arabia. Oh, let's see if for once I can actually remember all my maps. Socotra, Holy Island, Sacred Grove, and what am I missing here? Gorge, Lipany, Dry Arabia, Socotra, Holy Island. What am I missing? Oh, dude, am I going to have to look? Boo, dude, I was so close. Oh, I forgot about Basin. I mean, we haven't had many games. I don't think we've had Basin get picked many times this week. It's been fairly scarce, right? Because he's a full-time streamer, should be good. Not necessarily. That's like I've said this before. Like being a good content creator and being a good pro are not the same thing. Being a good caster and being a good content creator are also not the same thing. Like I don't know. Sometimes people get this overlap in their brain. It's just not true. So like, for example, you could argue Marine Lord is like a terrible content creator because he has no schedule. He just goes live when he feels like it. But as a pro player, he's undeniably one of the GOATs of the scene. Now, that doesn't mean that when Marine Lord is live, he doesn't do entertaining things and GG good content. But from a, like, if you think about things that people say makes you a good content creator, like having a schedule is pretty much a baseline. You know, whether it's YouTube and you upload regularly or whatever else. Looks like we've got drama. We'll talk about it later. Someone not happy that the L got cast. I don't know. Who's won the most KPMMs? It is... I believe it's still Puppy Paw, right? Pretty sure it's still Puppy Paw. But it's close now. Yeah, so Puppy Paw got 5. Beastie got up to 3. That was the thing that was close. Yeah, in terms of consistent win streak, like it's free. Like it's actually a lot of players that have a consistency here. Puppy Paw has a win streak of 3 because he actually skipped on 1. B has 3, Anatan has 3, Beastie has 3. This needs to be updated. Marine Lord won this one. So Puppy Paw still has the total record at 5. But yeah, like this, I mean, there's still an opportunity for people to snatch it away. Anyway, we do have the draft. Let me get that ready. And let's switch over. Do I dig into the drama now? It popped up on my feed. I don't know. How long we got? Alright, drama? Ugh. I mean... So the drama is... Nah, we'll do it afterwards. I think we do it afterwards. I'd rather focus on the finals now. Just remind me afterwards, and we'll go into it. It's like such unnecessary drama as well. But like, yeah. We'll talk about it afterwards. You guys have got to remind me, though. Because I'll forget. Cliffhanger? I mean, dude. Like, I'm basically saying, hey, you're going to have to hang around and watch these amazing grand finals to see it. That's not a bad deal. Also, I just remembered I need to sign into... I thought I did sign into... Why is Twitter just being a douchebag? It signed me out. I don't know why. Louis in the finals? Hell yeah. We're just waiting for them to kick off the first game. Killer baiting? Dude, I feel like I'm the least baity like person in the scene. Well, maybe not full, but like one of the least baity. In baiting you to install Opera GX? Hey man, I'm trying to offer you a good deal here. It is a good deal. Alright, finally, dude, finally I can actually sign into this because finally the authentication code came through. So I'll be ready to dive into this after the finals. But you just did? I mean, because I just saw it and I'm like reacting to the live moment of like, how do I scale this in? I'm like, I don't know. We maybe do a deep dive. So because we might do a deep dive, I don't think we like got time to talk about it now. Poppy and you learn from each other? Yeah, like, I mean, we've seen the value of that in the past. Like, Lucifer and Vortex have that too. And I think, like, Beastie benefited immensely from that with Vortex for the first major tournament of the year. Like, having someone that you can just bounce back is dangerous, though. Like, I mean, Wham will be the first to admit it. Like, it can backfire, right? Like, I think the most obvious one that comes to mind is, like, Rebel Warlaw, right? Where because you put yourself in a vacuum and you're practicing, and on the other side, they're practicing, and you don't see each other's strategies, you then clash and you have zero time to like react or alter the strategy. You're now just stuck with whatever you've done, right? Came second and third in Rebel. Yeah, but like that's my point though. Like the first, because you go into it and like you have this concept how the game's meant to be played, and like then on the other side, like you know how that's always going to go, right? Like whenever you have this kind of like we'll play once, someone is right and someone is wrong. It is very, very difficult in a game like Age of Empires 4 to discover you're wrong in a best of 5 and then adjust in time, you know? Alright, are the boys ready to go? Holy crap, we would have had enough time to go over this drama. I think Marine will just restart the game, so we should be getting in a sec. What I'll do now, guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now so we don't have to worry about them afterwards, okay? Plan? Good plan. It's a lot of ads, but it gets it out of the way. And then people don't have to freak and worry about it. Oh, wait, did they redraft? I don't think they redrafted, right? Let me just double check. No, they didn't. We're good. You know, 1/5 of the people watching YouTube? Yeah, and I check in on the YouTube. But, like, I have to have a separate tab, and I have 2 monitors. Many people saying that Japanese Civ is the worst in the game. They're one of the worst. They're, like, bottom 3. They just really have a really hard time. They're very linear, very predictable. It's rough. I don't know, dude. Like sometimes people just aren't gonna be happy if you don't respond to them straight away, I guess. Wait, what does puppy boy do? You do a bunch of different stuff. Okay, that just makes you sound like you're like courier for a drug cartel, to be honest with you. We do things to make money. Okay, now it just sounds like you're a hooker. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Wham's a mafia boss? Dude, I'm telling you. But once again, cartel, right? Well, no one ever tells you about the moose cartel. How they smuggle things across the borders using mooses. What would you gentlemen say is the strongest late game Civ? I think Ottoman does do quite well if they get there. Obvious answers would be like Chinese. The current meta, French, really, really good with Jean as well. It's Mies. I think it's Moose. Which, by the way, is what really disappoints me is Musafadi. So, like, really important question here, guys. Why is it that Musafadi don't ride mooses into battle? Am I cooking? Am I cooked? Or am I right? I feel like I'm right here. Why don't they ride mooses into battle? It's in the name. Missed opportunity. It's Moose, not... Yeah, but it sounds like Moose. Who cares? Okay, like, dude. That kind of technicality means no one can ever come at me for the way I say free anymore. When people are like, it's free, not free. And I'm like, but I'm spelling it differently. Come on. I really am a dad? Yep. I know. It's hard to believe. I am not a virgin. Yeah. So let's get ready for predictions for game number 1. Machine Lord versus Louis MT. I'll give you guys 5 minutes. What a smart lad, IRC. Definitely click that Opera GX link. Download it. Create an account. Go, 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 go. Puto, make sure you do it. Can be a dad and a virgin? I mean, if she makes you use the turkey baste, that's pretty mean. Right? That just sounds cruel. Beastie? Beastie's not in. Didn't sign up again after the B series. Hopefully he'll be back. We'll see. We'll talk about that a little bit later, though. What did you walk into? Pure chaos. Jean Deli is going to be interesting, by the way. Turkey-based to babies, right? Because sometimes, was it IVF, is a bit too expensive. It's interesting, by the way, because this matchup used to be like super, super dominant for Jean. I think it's been a bit closer recently. When KP Civ tier list, we might as well just... Like, what's the point of making one? We might as well just wait until they release the new DLC. And then wait until they release the next DLC. Because then, like, at that point, they're going to release more DLCs. Wait, are we not then just milking content? Tier list every week? Okay, actually, I kind of felt like we were beyond... I don't know. I felt 2025, we were finally going to start moving beyond tier list meta on, like, content creation in general. Not just AoE4, like, every game, right? It's never going to disappear, is it? People freaking love tier lists so much. Templar main or Lancaster? Well, I'm British, so clearly I hate my own people, and we're going to be Lancaster. Did we update everything? We did. Oh, let me just type Grand Finals in the title. People love that. Hype it up, get loud, one and all, it is Grand Finals time. And what an epic Grand Finals we could have on our hands here. The reigning champ of Midweek Muster up against the reigning champ in the LAN environment. That's right, Louis MT, hot off a win in Germany, up against BCQE. Marine Lord, hot off victory in KPMM. He had a clean sweep, didn't drop anything last week. And he's on track to keep that record here as well, folks. So far, Louis has actually bled. Wham was able to take a single game off of him. But Marine Lord, there has been no chinks in the armor whatsoever. Deli versus Jean is a fun way to kick this one off as well. Jean... When she first came out, it kind of felt like this was just a free win because you just farmed up so much XP when the Ghazi started flopping. More recently, I feel like with Deli's plays into Castle Age, Elephanto Funtime can really ruin and rotten the mass night plan of Jean. Total number of matches played in the world? Yeah, like AoE4 World has a bunch of different stats that collect that type of thing. So like, for example, I can go into my Opera GX browser right now, go across, and I can type in Louis MT, number 6 in the world, and I can see that he has played mainly Iobids. If I go all patches in solo ranked, I can see Should be able to see. He's played 362 games of English. I told you guys that English is a signature civ. No one believes me. I wonder if we're going to see it in this series. It did get drafted, right? Yes. But unfortunately for Louis, Marine Law took it away because, remember, we're playing every map, and one of those maps is Holy Island. Yeah, I feel like if you get the English pick, normally you're going to try to force Holy Island before the redraft. Then again, we did just see Louis MT with a pretty insane Japanese game. Demon Faith coming in on the other side. School of Cavalry. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Looking to spawn in terms of things that you can exploit. Double D stack on the east side is actually really good news for Marine Lord. The only downside is his gold's really far away. So, like, there might be an exposure there where knights can hit. But with the berries on the east side, the deer on the east side, like, he can basically build spim in here, block everything, gather everything. Is he playing on land maps? No, like, so the English being the most picked for Louis MT is historically. Like, multiple patches, his most played civ to this day is English. Second most is French, and then third is ABBA. So I think with AoE4 World, that statistic tracker is like for the last year, roughly. And yeah, Marine Lord spawn is kind of crazy when you consider that the stones are the thing furthest away from everything that matters. And you don't care about stone until Castle Age with Delhi. So, tech up is complete. We do have the efficient timing, by the way, to get into Jean level 2. Yeah, he didn't rush with 3 or 4 like a lot of people do. So, pretty clean by Louis. We can see very clearly it's going to be Pro Scouts. Likely, we're going to be seeing an immediate night opening. Pro Scouts queued up. In fact, that's why you put 4 on gold, guys. So that when you complete the tech up, you will have enough gold for both the night and Pro Scouts. In fact, this is pretty clean. He's going to have maybe a slight sliver of too much gold. Yeah, so he could actually force the drop-off now. Boom. Pro Scouts be ready to roll. And we should be getting second stables quite quickly here. He's got 5 on the wood. Logic being you just want to vomit out Scouts as a follow-up. You can even consider going like double knight. There have been some strategies here that involve 2 knights instead of 1. But Louis, I think, tends to lean more towards the mass Scouts. It's interesting, actually, because so far in semi-finals this week, I don't think we've been seeing that big blow of 7 to 9 Scouts. Most players have actually been stopping at 3 or 4. And Marine Lord, did he go for the double? There we go. Yeah, double mill. So this is something that Delhi discovered is really important. When you're playing against pro scouting civs, you're actually at a disadvantage already because you can't force the timer. This is the thing, right? There's a lot of areas of technology in which you actually favor Delhi because they get it for free. But the negative of getting this for free is it takes almost 4 minutes to research. So how did a lot of Delhi players deal with that? Double mill. Very efficient because of the extra 100 food you get. The logic being here, not only do you get techs twice as quickly, but because of the distance you save walking, the fact that you've got so much extra food to gather on these kind of makes it balance out to be worth the investment of 50 wood. And look at this, Louis. We talked about him not going too hard into scouts. You see exactly what I'm talking about now. He stops at just 2. Melee Jean is pretty mandatory here, by the way. If you don't go Melee Jean, Ghazi destroy you. The other cool thing about this, though, is it stops Marine Lord's next step. He wants to go Spears, because he needs to deal with the Knights. If he goes Spears, Jean can actually tank 7 or 8 of those easily at the start of these fights. I believe, has he? Yeah, he has been taken aback. It's just a bit awkward because Louis decided to use the 1 scout the Knights, which I agree with. You need vision, you need to see what you're up against early, so you can react accordingly. Because if you have the scout here, you can pretty much weigh up how close you can get. Without the scout, Louis wouldn't go past the mid-threshold because he'd be paranoid about Marine Law like doubling down on Ghazi or adding his spears, etc. Offset of this is if you keep pushing, you'll eventually reach the enemy deer anyway, and you get to snatch extra away. You want to see a movement change for Knights? So, little tip for you. Knights are not the same speed as Horsemen. Horsemen are actually notably quicker. It's 1.62 to 1.88. They temporarily get faster with the charge. I think I've talked about this before, though. Like, if you want to have an interesting way to reimagine knights, you could just give them the cataphract treatment. Right? If, like, trample was a default logic where units would charge in a direction and do, like, more damage, but they couldn't cancel, would be interesting. I don't know, I feel like there was a lot of good things that Total War Arena done that other strategy games haven't actually stolen. So, fight over the Sacred Site here. Louis doesn't want to allow that gold triple to begin. He's going to start clashing with the Knights. Doesn't have the recharge yet. Reload a little bit of hesitance here. The XP farm begins. You just kind of want to ignore the Scholars. They're a waste of time here because they are really tanky with 130 HP. This is a lot of XP though. Jean, I love this. Look at the positioning. Louis intentionally pins her against the Sacred Site to stop a surround. Now he envelops, takes out the Scholars. A dominant win in the central engagement. And Marine Lord, he will be able to secure the flank Sacred Site, but it comes at a high price. And now you're at a worrying phase here. Divine Restoration has been used, but Chivalry is now on the way to fill the gap. He even begins to pull away the injured Knights. That was sick. Louis out-microed him. And Marine Lord is finally blinking. Like, he was trying to avoid doing this the whole time. He's going into Spears. Taking that fight was insanely greedy without Spears. But you see why he's doing it. The logic in this matchup is if you forfeit cavalry, your opponent raise you to death. So you have to be present. The issue is where he was present. The way they fought over that Sacred Site was actually disadvantageous for Delhi, because although they're able to force a stationary fight, you see how you can't fully surround or kill off XY units, right? It's awkward because your only advantage at this stage is that Ghazi, there's going to be more of them. So if there's more Ghazi, what you want is like an open area where you can surround units. But this completely muddied it. We saw multiple times the Ghazi came around the back and just wasted time not fighting. Meanwhile, the Knight stood here, barely moved. Now, Louis. Can he maybe sneak in some deer? Remember, he was a little bit slow on ramping up, so he hasn't claimed his own deer yet. It looks like Marine Lord is actually going to get most of his packs, I think. A little bit surprised by Louis rotating here. Your opponent has Pro Scouts, so like he's not going to be going berries. But Louis is just trying to keep a check on it. So he's going to leave one Knight here, and then realizes what's really happened here. Marine Lord is just relying on deer to stay alive. Tips for Delhi in this matchup. Minimize damage, try to claim a Sacred Site too, and then get towards Castle Age. Castle Age is your saving grace, because if your opponent is scaling Knights, War Elephants can recover. Like, being stuck in Feudal long, I don't think benefits Delhi at all. The exception is if you see your opponent goes range on. Then you can play Mass Ghazi and win. Louis, look at the switch. Into Archers is pretty ballsy when you've got this many Ghazi staring you down. A lot of XP so far for Jean. I don't think Marine Lord can afford to lose another fight. It would just lead to Snowball level 3. And the problem with that is, like, Snowball level 3 into Champions is pretty crazy, because Champions are really tanky and get bonus against Spears. I don't think Marine Lord ever goes Archers here. He'd need to win in a fight first. Like, in theory, Archers is very good to take out the enemy Archers, but the Knights just muddy it way too much. For Marine Lord, the goal is just to blob and overwhelm. But what Louis is doing really well is this. He's cutting reinforcements. Yeah, and he can afford to do this due to the Chivalry that came in super early. So the whole idea is he just wants to whittle away at the army, get a lot of them low, to the point that Skulls aren't going to be able to heal it quick enough. And then when you take the big engagement, your Archers can just get that finishing touch. Rush Imp Elites? I mean, he's technically not wrong. Technically. Where's Jean? Jean is right here. She's vibing. It's like, all right, boys. 6P farming time. Woo! Yeah, you have to be careful of the Ghazi, though. She just doesn't care. Baits him back into range. It's funny because the Ghazi need to get on top of Jean, but it means they're body blocking the spears from the engagement. So she's farming up. Archers are being sacrificed a little bit. Kind Kind of a bit surprised Louis didn't look for a bit more of a nibble in that engagement with Divine Restoration, but he is heavily outnumbered, so he's freaking out a bit. Scouts are going to sneak around the back, so it looks like he is going to get some additional deer in the end. So, like, what, about 2.5 deer packs, 2.3 deer packs for Louis? And the whole goal now is, like, Marine Lord should theoretically be forced out onto berries sooner than you, and you can exploit that. Be moving far east side. That is crafty. So why is Louis going to the east side here? It's less believable that you'd be on this gold. Marine Lord is thinking 8k gold. If I'm going to move my units out to a risky location, I might as well do it somewhere where there's value from consolidating with outposts. So Louis is just trying to not need to invest defensively by being less predictable. And the add-on effect is you can bring more villagers out here later for the boar. And no, Louis did not miss villager production. Remember, with Jean, when you go level 2, you lose a villager. Marine Lord is going to be forcing the outpost. One thing I'm not liking for Louis right now, decaps are too slow. Feels like he's giving a lot of time for Marine Lord to accrue resources, and that's dangerous. You can see what the intent is. Marine Lord is approaching 10 scholars. That's when Castle Age starts to feel quite nice and feasible. So how does this end? Louis is probably going to be looking for Castle Age around like 25 to 30 knights. Marine Lord can get there sooner though, and that's big. If he can keep pressure in the middle of the map, he can also look to ramp into War Elephants. A little bit tricky because of the knights, but because Louis has archers as well, it means he's not as dynamic. Trying to pop feudal? I don't think so. I think someone's going to attack before that point. So this is what I want to see. Like, Louis needs to use his mobility to just chip away at Marine Lord's bulk. So he gets the decap. We better get away in time. That's a lot of Ghazi, though. And love this. Second wave from Louis. Check what he's doing. He's going for the berries. M-Lord will quickly react. So Louis, realizing it's not worth the dive, will pull away. But that also had the added benefit of taking the risk off of these knights. So Marine Lord saw that and knew that he wouldn't chase anymore. It's too risky. Honestly, feels like one mistake is going to just decide this game. I think they both played the hands very well. Louis needed that opening win. Because otherwise, as we can see by the numbers now, Marine Lord was just going to outbloat you. One worry, though, is like this is turning into a long feudal. And long feudal equal level 3 Jean. Marine Lord is out of the age. It's no longer beneficial to stay here. Louis. Oh. He gets surrounded. Nice pinch on a few of the knights. We'll pull back. Looks for the farm of XP. And yeah, you need to be careful now. Jean, yeah, exactly what I was expecting from Louis. He has so many archers, he knows it's worth just forcing the trade on the spearmen. Because you get level 3 out of this. This is close. House of Learning now coming from Marine Lord. Jean is going to walk up the XP. Night Clash is going to come through. To pull away quickly, but there we go. Level 3 Jean in. Champions will be summoned. And now things get awkward for Marine Lord. This is exactly what he was trying to avoid. Jean de Cleave. She's so quick, you can't run away anymore. Spear's getting the cleaves out. A lot of damage absorption coming through. We've still got the Divine Restoration and an Idle Force on the berries. Torch is out, just trying to force the reaction. There's going to be recommitment. The champions, they're getting everything out of this engagement. The Ghazi couldn't get through. The Spearmen basically just get count entirely. Tech up complete, but Marine Lord far from out of the Dark Woods yet. War Elephant has been queued. Louis MC is going to have to do more damage, and he knows it. He's starting to stop path for an age up, but that doesn't mean you need to let off the acceleration here. No brakes on this train. Scout does see the villagers, and he gets the charge. This is big. Big gap close coming through. Textiles is at least going to be there, so should minimize the losses, but this is once again going to force a fight that I don't think Marine Lord wants to take. Louis, if he just gets one big cleave here, He's trying to body block at the choke point. Marine Lord does get through. War Elephant now here. Louis knows that this is not worth the dive. He can poke because he has range, but hard commitment could kill him. Looks like Marine Lord is trying to force the matter. Level 4 Jean, anyone? Okay, that would take quite a bit of effort. Yeah, but the War Elephant's not here. What? Marine Lord has no spears. That's 24 knights. He has no spears. He has 1 War Elephant. This is bad. He has no sacred sites to work with. No relics being captured. Louis is actually playing this phenomenally well right now. To make matters worse, Marine Lord is in trouble on food. And gold. Oh my. Oh wow. The knights might check that soon. There's a bigger problem though, and you're seeing it on the map, right guys? Marine Lord, all of his food is on the west side. We talked about the start of this one being really good, double deer plus the berries. But now he has to add in mass farms. At the worst possible time, as his opponent is tacking up with the all-in Royal Institute on the way. And no, the Scholar's gonna snitch. Oh, come. Okay, whoop. Good reactions by Marine Lord. So he pulls back before he loses any villagers at all. And now you can send in the elephant to kill the 3. Okay, that's actually a big deal. Louis is probably going to know that there's gold gathering here because this feels like a big army to have sent this way. Because, like, the War Elephant's not going to be there on his own. Louis is like, I know you have a lot of wood. Let me just get rid of that. Still, there's no relics on the way home. Marine Lord is only gathering the first now. And Louis, this is the big switch that's scary. Arbre Trier will destroy War Elephants. And War Elephants is really all Marine Lord has to defend himself with right now. Veterancy for the Knights is in as well. Wait, does he know about the farms? He's about to discover them. This is big. Marine Lord, he's going to try to run away, but he's going to be pinned in the corner with just 1 War Elephant. He overextended. He's trying to come back home now, but it's going to be slow. Louis, a little bit hesitant. He's scared of that 1 elephant. Okay. Need I say more about War Elephants? Any other unit in the game squares up like that for the same resource cost, Louis commits. But this thing, nah, this thing gives you nightmares. It's crazy as well, because if Louis had followed through there, all of Marine Lord's economy is in that east side. He's got the farms, he's got the wood, the gold, all of it's here. Meanwhile, talking about the gold, check what Marine Lord just found. This is big. Quick reaction out of Louis. Okay, that props to him. That was quick. He runs away from 3 knights. What? No. I can't believe that. I mean, M-Lord, he doesn't have a scout. He thought more was coming. If he realized that for what it really was, that could have been 8, 10 worker kills. Instead, now it's going to be minus 10 Ghazi if he's not careful. Oh, that was a mistake from Louis, a blunder. Jean just revealed it. That's actually crazy. Jean gave the gist away because the ping on the site she captured. If it wasn't for that, I actually don't think Marine Lord would have known. How do they react to raids so quickly? They are actually, like, so you guys have watched Minority Report, right? Most people didn't like the movie. It was a bit of a flop. No sequels. Well, it turns out the future-telling, crime-predicting people needed a new career, so they just switched to be AoE4 pros. So what's happening is these two know what the other's going to do, like a minute in advance. Like right now, Marine Lord knows that Cantor Saddles and Royal Bloodlines is coming, so he's screwed. See? That simple. Minority Report was really good. I liked it, but I think like the story could have been a bit better, and it didn't. I don't think it done that well in box office, right? It's a bit of a weird one. The concept is really cool, although it has some like holes in it. Nice. What? Oh my god, Louis, this could be big. Remember, Jean de Cleaver's there as well. He can club him down. There's no reaction quick enough from Marine Lord. That was a sick timing. Catches him building the keep on the gold. And look at the worker kill count now. Louis has had some gaps in his own production. That's for sure. But he's making up for it. 7 ahead now. He needs it as well because of the relic situation. Jean is going to go in. This could be a really big fight for Louis. The speed count is actually kind of underwhelming against Royal Bloodlines. Divine Restoration is going to be pumped. Beautiful fight. Lost 2 knights. Killed like what? 8 Ghazi, Scout, about 5 spears. Really, really good exchange there for Louis. And the thing you want to keep in mind is like we are now looking at what is probably going to be a long castle. So similar to the idea of the long feudal, we start thinking about the level up for Jean. It's quite attainable here for Louis. I don't think Marine Lord can rush out of the age at all. Now the arbitrary reveal. Oh, this is rough. Is Marine Lord just dead? He has like nothing. The keep drop, did he build it at home in the end? I don't think he actually built the castle at all. Did he sell the stone? No, okay, he has got it up. It's over here. There's so much unprotected. So you need crossbows and maybe more elephants? That's a lot of gold. And you're not going to have any safe gold. This is impressive. It's very unusual to go Royal Institute at the moment. I want to say like 80% of the competitive games we've been seeing at least have been Guildhall. Royal Institute is very hard to justify now because it puts you on an all-in collision course, which I think a lot of players feel makes them too predictable. But Louis has played this beautifully. I think Louis has his own farms coming through as well. Crossbow stirrups is a really big deal here. We have mangoes from Marine Lord. Against this many knights? That's hard. But it's kind of his only option. You can't play Springles against knights, it just won't work. I think he needs a lot of spears to make this make sense. Marine Lord with the budget wall, which Louis is not going to go round. Because that's dangerous, guys. No, it's also rude to attack unarmed villagers without giving them forewarning. But, like, why did you do that? We've been over it. Marine Lord's a precog. You already knew. So it burns down a few farms and just leaves. Alright, maximum dose of irony needed here. Why not just take the Sacred Sites? Oh, well, you look at that. Why not just take the Sacred Sites and get 150 XP for free? Keep has at least been scouted on the west side, so he knows about that now. But this keep doesn't really get you much food. And remember, with the pressure that keeps coming in here, he keeps getting forced to be idled on most of his food income. Now, Marine Lord is on a super budget build. And the funny part is, while he's limited like this, he's looking for more castles. I think he wants a castle drop near these farms. Meanwhile, Louis, he wants the next age. Yeah, Royal Institute usually seen as the be-all, end-all, like you commit to it fully. But before being 200 pop, he's going Imperial. Kind of sick, actually. So, elite tech on the mind. Big DPS burst that's going to be coming through. Yo! For that one elephant? Hold on. Is this the first College of Artillery of 2025? It most definitely is. And look at that. He immediately consecrates. Are you all ready to watch Delhi die? It's Ribaldi time. Louis MT's like, in honor of Ben, who could not make it, the Baldies will appear in a different form. Royally. And it will royally screw Marine Lord. He isn't ready for Ribaldiquins. Even actually just the cannons are sick here. Royal cannons, I've talked about this before, like, royal cannons are actually insanely powerful. They're okay against elephants, but the mangoes will just die. And if the mangoes die, the arbitrary win. He's got so many good options here. And there you go, Kem's coming. Immediately queues it up. Marineland's like, okay, he teched up. That's fine. Like, I just want to attack him because this Red Palace, like, you know. Oh, sorry, let me put the voice on. He went to Red Palace. It's fine. I just, I'm going to seek in my farms and I don't need to come out and I'm going to build into the gunpowder elephants and kill him. It's easy. I do this because I'm the chimp. He's not expecting what's coming next. There's no way. Like, who does this? This thing is like the rarest landmark in Imperial Age, I think. Elsbat gets built more than this. Maybe, like, Hissar Academy might be slightly rarer? No, like, I've seen more Hissar Academies in the last year than I've seen College of Artilleries. And it is going to be the Royal Cannons to take down the King of France. Seagate Castle. In the last year, I've seen a few Seagate games because people were trying the trade bags. The last time I would have seen College of Artillery was back when Recon and Lucifron both played competitive. There was a Highview game where he used buildings to create choke points for real cannons. That was the last time. That's how long ago it was. So this landmark does a few interesting things. The royal element gives you more damage. On top of that, it trains units faster, including the techs. Alright, it's Le Canon time. More cannons on the way. Jean cannot be far away from level 4. Yeah, look at the damage here. The chem plus the 30% more damage, you're hitting for 78 base. Look at the damage you do to infantry and elephants. I actually love the number for ships. Like, any ship can just insta-die to this thing. All the big techs coming for his one scenario. I think Marino is dead. I mean, he's going to get the advantage shot with the bombard up against the Royal Cannon. Louis going to switch over now, realizing the mistake. You can actually kind of kite and kill here because bombards have a longer deploy time. Second Royal Cannon is coming. You just need to poke this. If you force it, you're going to be in trouble. Louis needs to be careful not to panic because the thing right now that he's got to be worrying about is the scholars. A lot of techs are being researched. Bombard. Royal Cannons are trying to win the trade out. Once this dies, the mangoes are dead. And he's going to front up the champions. Oh my god, he got rid of the pulsar sword already. Was this artillery shots? No, I don't think he's been using them. Even though it would be the easy way of killing this. Now, look at the damage! Cannon beats elephant. That can be confirmed now. He almost two-hit it. Final shots coming in. So much for gunpowder tech. Louis MT is the only one privy to that technology. Rainlord, the mangoes just can't participate. And villages were pulled. Love this from Louis. He knows the value of this. You win or lose this game now based on the Royal Cannons. Insane position for him to find himself in. Moss also being flopped. His attempt to repair the pass of the Sultan. Oh no, he's not gonna get out. He was 5 seconds away. No new gunpowder elephant. Which is crazy because those things feel like they're worth about 1,500 resources. And now, look at the snipes. It's 2-hit. Adjustable crossbars is about to complete, but I don't think he's going to get to use it. Need more flanks? Knights are going to find it! The villagers denied the castle, but they will be denied in kind. Meanwhile, on the other flank, looks like there's a push away on the goal, but archers are here sniping villagers there as well. Louis MT just being a crafty mother ducker. The cannons, they can take out the elephant. I'm dying. Okay, that actually looks quite influential for once. Goes after the bombard. It's all over. It's curtains. How about that? How many people thought Marine Lord was just going to roll over this like an unstoppable tide? Game 1 is Louis MT taking the early lead. And he does so with the unseen, unheard of, unknown landmark of French and Jean. And now he's just going to siege down anything in range. TC's flopped. Marine Lord, like, where are the landmarks? We got the House of Learning back here. Dome of Faith could also easily be taken out. It's south side, so it's a bit further away. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to get Revoltiquins, folks. But in fairness, we did say yesterday, Royal Cannons are just busted. They are the best siege weapon. Can confirm. And yeah, the Culverin needs to be changed. It's just basically there because it used to be there. The Culverin is just a worse cannon. All right, now, Louis MT able to make Marine look like the worst player. Such a difficult thing to do, but this was distromination. Excuse me. Chinese bombards, no. Chinese bombards are like worse than Royal Cannons because they're tankier, but they like struggle to kill a lot more. Excuse me, I'm just dying. All right, so the forbidden landmark French mains don't want you to see, I guess. So let's mark that up. G1 is going to be La Win for Louis. Great start to the series for him. Do you just like go early into Holy Island to reset things with your English pick? I don't think there's anywhere else you want to pick it. Let me do predictions. Louis MT. Ooh, no, we're going to go Socotra. Okay, but this is a little bit dangerous, no? If you go Socotra, Louis can now pick Holy Island afterwards because it's going to be an English pick. I'm going to use a 1.5 ads now for you guys, so you don't have to worry about it when we're in game, okay? Oh, reminder to people, because we've got a 1.5 that should be long enough to download your new favorite browser. That's right, guys. Remember, we are working with Opera GX this month. Take advantage of it. We've got a few days left before I go talk to them about seeing if they want to renew again. It's free and easy to do. Really cool browser, actually. Got some really cool features. I love this GX Corner thing where it tells you all the upcoming game releases. It's also got an ad blocker built in. It's also got a VPN built in as well. Down, I'm going to try to see it without glasses. Oh, you can't because the pop-up on OBS doesn't do it. But in the side menu, it's got a VPN built into it so you can actually view shows from different countries and also get cheaper prices on games. Not to mention, on the side here, we've got all these little embeds, so you can like basically have your sign-ins for Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, whatever you want. So a lot of helpful features. If these things aren't for you, the other cool thing is you can actually strip them away to get better performance, because this thing is also driven around the idea of performance via the limiters for things like RAM, CPU, and network usage. So a lot of options on this. I also just love the Space Marine theme. I'm a sucker for it. Did I also mention, guys, it has a really cool feature where you can press one button and it will change all your tabs to different setup tabs. So like if you've got some secret you're doing that you don't want people to see, like looking at those Jean's feet pics, and someone walks in, you press like F8 or whatever you got on them, it will switch them all over to like tabs of happy fluffy kittens. So yeah, !Opera GX if you want to check that out. The goon button, you know. I mean, I feel like gluten-free is the exact type of person that needs it. My PC's link is outdated. In what way do you mean? Like some of the Amazon links aren't listed anymore? I'll have a look after this stream and update them to new relevant links. I think that was bound to happen with like the new gen releasing. But yeah, we'll fix it. Let me go ahead and quickly start predictions. I'm only going to give you guys 2 minutes because Socotra can be real fast. This is huge. One and all, welcome back to our grand finals between Louis MT and Marine Lord. Louis MT just took an early lead on Gorge. Marine Lord's reaction is to go straight into Socotra and pick English. A reasonable pick. A powerful pick. But a problematic pick. Look at his draft. What happens when we go Holy Island? That's the question I have for Marine Lord. Because Louis MT has 2 very good picks for that map. And English was meant to be Marine Lords. And even if he now wins this map, Louis can easily just get Holy Island out of the way with an advantageous pick. So Marine Lord really can't afford to be in a losing situation here. it just cripples him into a situation where he could easily go into a redraft 3-1. And we are going to get that powerful pick. English always win the boar at the start, remember, guys, because the short bows. If both people bring their villagers out, everyone else loses to English because short bows just kite you. So Louis, knowing this, is just going to hang at home. He's going to be 14 sheep, respectable. Marine Lord getting the 12, but remember, he's also then got the boar, which is an insane amount of extra food to work with. And I imagine we're going to be seeing Council Hall. For a time, people were really obsessed with the Abbey of Kings, but I feel like on such a small map, playing Council Hall just gives you a really strong ramp. China pretty strong on water. I think they're alright. I genuinely think Japan is better than China, though. If you want to go Chinese to contest Holy Island, you're going Shushi. Because Shushi benefit a lot from meditation gardens. The problem that China run into is they tend to lose on the water to the arrow slits by comparison. Like, that's what's making Japan so good on water maps. It's not just the Shinobi, which are actually pretty good. Which, by the way, is another issue for China. Like, what do you build to count the Shinobi easily? The other issue you run into is the arrow slits, which they just get almost for free. So, peaceful beginning. Louis done something very creative here. He went out into the deer. Okay, that is, like, super risky, because if Marine Lord scouts that, and it is a council hall opening here, he can just bum rush you off it. And you don't have wheelbarrow. And it is going to be the council hall. Okay, so Louis needs to get eyes on this. It's critical. Because remember, it's going to be double production speed, archery range. So if Marine Lord queues up for like 4 longbows here, he can just rush out, snipe like 2 villages. And to make matters worse, he is going to reveal him. He knows. Louis could still scout this. He should be heading through the center. There's not really a threat to him because short bows won't kill you quick enough. If it's worth it to just attack with the vills, not really. The villages are too slow. So short bow doesn't have great range. You're slow moving. Louis MC would see you and then start running away. If he's slow to react, you kill 1 villager. If he's quick to react, you just idled yourself for nothing. So Louis does know. Mine work is going to be on the way. I think he's looking for a good old men-at-arms rush. A little bit dangerous against English because their TC fire is really strong. Remember, the town center has double arrow fire by default. Good work, though. At least would push his opponent off the ball. And I like the reaction by Marine Lord. He's setting up the outpost to dictate control here. Other cool thing about this, guys, if you get counterplayed on the opening, like Louis goes Horseman, you just take the 5 longbows and garrison them aside. The outpost protects them. No doubt about it. I think Louis is going to be looking for a Horseman beginning as well. It's just the most logical play against English. The villagers suck at defending against Horsemen, but also with Council Hall, they're going to be going Lombos. Even against the King, actually, like, opening Horseman's really good. So, it looks like he has vacated the area before any pressure comes in whatsoever. Louis' tech timing feels very slow. Is there a world in which he goes fast castle? 14 sheep? He's not thinking pro scouts, right? On such a small map, Lombos could just block you out. It would make use of the mill. It would make sense of his gold. Moment of truth. This can't be pro scouts, right? No, he invests in arrow slits. This is fast castle. Okay. That explains why the mine work was so slow, by the way. Like, if you want to play feudal, your timing needs to be more competitive, but he understands the Lombo pump is going to be so fast. Best of 9 grand finals after DLC? Sheesh. Alright, chill. Let's maybe wait until, like, we can maybe get Midweek Muster renewed and get bigger budget. I don't know how I feel about having the players play more games on the current budget. Does ML go fast castle? You could. I feel like it would have to be White Tower against OOTD, which just kind of feels bad. Because Louis can just go Burgrave on this map. I like what he's trying to do here, though. Like, the Lombos are a sick idea. Unfortunately for him, Louis chose the perfect location to build that wall. This is smart. Saves him a lot of resources, because otherwise he would have needed outpost plus arrow slits. So it looks like 1 or 2 of the Lombos could hit with the perfect positioning, but Louis could always just shift a little bit closer to the north side, and then you do nothing. So Marine Lord is going to be castle. His timing is going to be worse, though, despite the ball. Yeah. I think he might just match up towards the end, but the problem then is going to be if you use a similar number of villages, which wouldn't surprise me, Louis is going to be much quicker because of the build speed.
Ja, Inti?
Emma, Louis trained with Emma in the past, he might have his number. Sure, but like something I always emphasize with that is like, although you may train with someone, it's not always the only person you train with. For example, Anatan has been part of that training circle in the past a lot. So ML, moment of truth, is it going to be the white tower? Or is it going to be greedy? I feel like greed kills you here. It feels bad to not get your second TC, but yeah, he's smart about this. And that is sick! Okay, this is a landmark snipe. This is actually sick. I wondered if he was going to do it with just 6 villages, because it feels dangerous. He's pulling more now, which is smart. Like, the Burgrave will be way too fast with just 6 villages on the white tower. This is pretty cool, though, guys, because now, like, look at where the base is. Look at where the landmarks are. He can set trebs up behind this tree line. He can even just short wall between the stone and wood here. And then you have to dive a white tower, which is horrible. Absolutely horrific to have to do. Especially with a Burgrave build. Man, what a sick game number 2. These two are already delivering a promising series. All right, 1s if you think Louis is going to win this game. 2s if you think Marino's going to take it. We do have the first men at arms already queued up, but the white tower is going to be built. At the risk of sounding a bit too British, this kind of feels chalked. Crossbow's already been queued up. Remember, he's got the counter haul, so it's double production rate. And crossbows can solve for pretty much anything Louis can build now. Because you can't really dive Landsknecht underneath a white tower. Spearmen are worthless. The men-at-arms is like your only option. Wait until Templar Fortress Rush? True, because they're going to be able to build them in Feudal, right? Ooh. I think there's going to be a limitation on that. Such as, like, Knights Templar can only build their fortresses near their TCs or something. Because otherwise, Fortress Rushes are going to probably end up being pretty broken. And this is just dirty. Longbow range, you just can't avoid them. It's not going to kill you straight away, but it's just a nuisance that you have to address. It's going to kill you over time. And he already has crossbowmen here, in case you start bringing the men-at-arms out. Like, what might make fortresses balance, by the way, is if they have, like, no defense and no garrison in Feudal Age. Because they still provide buffs, right? So trebs are coming out. The problem is, like, Louis can be beaten in this race because the white tower is, like, 1.25 siege workshops. So you can see the trebuchets take 17 seconds. Over here, they take 30. Oh, sorry, not 1.25, it's 1.5, right? It's 1.75. No. Yeah, 1.5? I always get mixed up because they just nerfed Yoshiro. Basically, a while ago, they nerfed, yeah, 75% faster. 1.75 production builds. Men-at-arms, though. Hold up. Louis ran all the way around? Okay, these are not dying quickly. The crossbows have to come home. Still, they're going to die fast now. Oh, and the tree line just makes it so much worse. Okay, so you got 2 worker kills, but it's -2 gilded men-at-arms. That's half a K of resources down the drain. Trebuchets are now arriving. Marine Lord actually isn't reacting to it. No, he doesn't have anything to dive with. He doesn't have his own counter trebs. He's just focused on crossbows. And for good reason. Louis, he's out of food! And he gets found on the berries. That is going to be an immediate GG and a strike back from MJad. Whew. Damn. That was a sick read. 0 food income. He found him at the perfect time. One and all, we've got a series. But remember what we said now? I think Holy Island is pretty free. Kind of just feels like a gift right now, actually. Alright, one sec. Getting pinged about things. There we go. There's no way he doesn't choose it, right? No, he's not confident. He chose Sacred Grove, guys. Okay, that I really did not expect. I got 2 minutes until we're in. Let me mark up and update everything. Delhi. We're now going to get French versus Mali. Color me a little bit surprised. All right, everything updated. I'm going to run 1.5 minute ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them. Whoop. Wow, I'm such a nice guy. And then there's just the YouTube people like, oh, I don't have ads. All right, chill. No need to rub it in. The final was lost on the table when wrong civs were banned and picked. I can't grasp why they are not banning French when playing against Louis MT and force him into other matchups. Like in the same Lou though, Marine Lord got China on the opening, and I think he's quite happy with that, especially with the map pool. I don't know. I said Louis got an edge, but it's not like Marine Lord got a completely worthless draft. Like getting English for Socotra and Holy Island is sick. And in fact, like if you think about it, Holy Island fairly locked in, but Socotra felt guaranteed because he could have went Malians instead as well. Okay. So, wait, did we do predictions? Oh, we need to do them now, don't we? Hey, Lord. And then we'll start predickies up. Sorry. Oh, God. Yeah, no, dude, the game was over the moment he got seen on berries. It was just a perfect reaction by Marine Lord. He understood the timing. The boar on Socotra is like such a dominant element. I don't know, I feel like if English like gets through, you've got a big problem. He bleeds, but he can also cut deep. One and all, welcome back to the grand finals for KPMM 18. And it's already a back and forth one. Louis MT with the French now, Marine Lord on the Malians to break the tie here in a best of 7. 1 game each, and they head onto our very own creation. Thanks to Car, you bring it to life. We have got Sacred Grove. Pretty decent Pro Scouts map, undeniable. I think actually like this type of map to me will keep relevance even after Pro Scouts gets nerfed. I think it has character in a good way. And my favorite minigame is, let's look at the corners. Oh, that one's just kind of boring. Yo, we have a nice little... Wait. You can get all the way up there, right? All right, guys, grief plan. When you know you can't get the relic home, pick it up, walk it up here, just walk it all the way into the corner, and then wait. Okay, east side corner wins for me, chat. I don't care, dude. I'm like, that's my mini game now. They spawn so differently. You know what I need? I need a map that has tree lines that look like an inkblot test. So we can just be like, chat, what do you see? I already know most of the answers are going to probably involve P9. But let's see who's going to look like the bell end here. Malians, Marine... Okay. He got the double gold spawn, guys. Deer packs are fairly balanced between the two. It's a bit frustrating. Marine Lord, I think, has he once on this map not had like the double gold spawn as Malians? Because I think he's played Malians multiple times, right? And this is a good spawn for him. This map is Gorge at home. I think this is like better than Gorge, personally. Different dynamics of the tree lines at the center. I think Gorge... So the problem with Gorge is Gorge just kind of has like no chill between safety and then like this ridiculous rush out to the flanks, which is safe once you hunker down there, but weird in the involvement. Whereas this has a gradual trickle of resources out, but it is risky in that it's open. I kind of like that dynamic more. Okay, so how did you guys predict, by the way? 84% for Marine Lord? Eh? Okay, so like we threw the balance of this is a close series completely out the window. ML, like, he has looked really good on the Malians. He has got a good spawn like we talked about. Pro Scout should be a 50-50 divider. I wouldn't completely discredit French here. French can be really annoying because their ability to harass and also the fact they build more economy over time. The importance of which is that if you can keep the Malians pinned in feudal age, you will gradually build up a big enough villager lead that Fulani doesn't actually put you behind. And no, guys, this is a best of 69. We've locked the players' doors. They cannot leave. So, yeah. Basically, I contacted Louis' like translator manager. They locked the door. And for Marine Lord, I actually have his count and speed dial. And jokes on you guys, that cat actually has opposable thumbs. So it was able to figure out how to lock the door. They're stuck. We did give them a pea bottle and a supply of protein bars. But that's it. The cat's the one playing? That's not true. If the cat was playing, this would be 4-0. Best of 69 is a lot of games. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of it, though. I don't think you make them play them all at once. You know, you probably have, like, maybe play maximum 13 games, and you're like, okay, that's enough for today, guys. Let's chill. Okay, would that be a cool concept for, like, weeklies? Each week, we just invite 2 players to play, like, a best of 69 across the course of the week. Okay, maybe not best of 69. I think, like, maybe best of 31. So Tech Up's complete. Pro Scouts is going to be on the way. Everything is pretty predictable here. Marine Lord is going to be going for the Donzo beginning. Not surprising. This is the thing about French and Jean that I think makes them so good in the Pro Scouts meta. Unlike any other, like, matchup where you can just rush towards your scouts, in this one you have to respect the opening night. Because the opening night can beat the crap out of your Warrior Scouts, he can beat the crap out of your economy. The good news, though, from Marine Lord is he can rush Donzos down the center and take one of the deer packs away. So for Louis, his goal now is to flood scouts, take this off of the pallet immediately. Game starts regardless of when they sleep. Exactly. Like, you have a fixed hour to come on because I need my content. But like every day at 1 p.m, guys. The Warrior Scout upgrade is on the way, by the way. What's cool about this, Marine Lord does have an opportunity to out-micro Louis in the fights. Because Louis is going to look to scale Knights. But what you can do is if you force fights near the deer, you can bait the charge onto your Warrior Scouts and then switch aggro back to the Donzos when they're low. Logic being your Donzos are your killers. Logic being your Donzos have less health, actually, than your Warrior Scouts. And also those Scouts heal. This feels like Donzos are so good and shut down their game plan. Yes, no. Like, Knights are very threatening and impactful. There are matchups where Donzos feel really good. I don't feel like the Knights are the ones where they feel ridiculous. And the reason is that you have +1 armor. +1 armor is kind of against 20 base damage. What is interesting is the maths of, like, a clash. So, with Bloomery, a standard Knight could charge 3 times and kill a Spearman. But Donzos have an extra 10 HP. So it muddies the fight. Something that makes them very unique. Not to mention the melee armor in that situation. Like, but it doesn't matter. The 10 HP is actually worth a lot more. And then the hybrid attack over time. So why that's important is, like, Louis is going to want the cycle charge and probe. Donzos are really frustrating to deal with for that reason. And that's why he's gone into archers. But Marine Lord, he already finds his timing. He knows exactly what's on the way. Yeah, you just see how much the damage adds up to already. Fun fact, if you rush ranged armor here, it does mitigate some of the Donzo damage. Because the Javelin ranged attack is classified as ranged. Yeah, this kind of feels like a better version of Chinese versus French for the Chinese type opponent there. Because the Chinese-French matchup, it used to be Shikanu and Spears versus Archer and Knights. And the problem with that is that Zhugenoo just lose knights. But the cool thing about Malians is obviously Donzos have a hybrid attack. So instead of these big chunky groups of knights just scaling and healing and never dying, you can snipe them. And then Javelins are also just very good base damage with good range, so you can probe attack. And you have better movement speed. Like, this is a decent way for Malians to play. In fact, Malians have looked really good in the recent patch because players start to realize that the old school build of Russian Castle Age was a bait. With Pro Scouts, you can just blob giant military forces of people. And you keep your opponent locked here. And what makes this a fun matchup is how back and forth it can be because both of these civs want to lock their opponent into the H. Because remember, longer it goes to French, more knights you have. Looks like Louis is trying to actually rotate. That was a wolf, right? So hasn't revealed himself yet. Deer have almost been fully recovered. So 50-50 split. No pressure. Can he sneak in here? Oh, there is actually a way. Yeah, and this is smart. This is why Louis sent the archers. So he brings one knight and several archers, because the archers will kill villages. The knight is basically a glorified scout. Because remember, his scouts are actually busy. They're doing something more important than scouting, guys. They're getting the booty off the map. All that glorious deer. Is Louis not going to go for it? It's like an open goal. We can see it is, but he should be kind of suspecting it. You know your opponent's going to be gathering wood. There's only one location he can gather wood. Instead, it looks like he wants to directly fight. Against this many Donzo Javelins, though. It feels ill-advised. Okay, this is surprising. It's going to take him so long to get in position as well. In theory, that does mean that you're going to have more reinforcements. So I think Louis' concept is instead of raiding his opponent to death, he wants one big brutal fight that puts him a mile ahead. Meantime, like Marine Lord, he is actually going to snatch some of the deer away here. And the army is way too late. No, there's like no getting here. This is just a wasted endeavor for Louis. He could have actually done damage in return. No, in fairness, he is scaling a village lead over time. But I think Marine Lord just rushes castle now. That was your opportunity to put Marine Lord in a really bad position because you could have forced him to reinvest in the age or panic rush castle with no defense. Now he just takes a chill pill and heads home. Is Louis winning top lane? Well, he technically hasn't fed any of the lanes so far, so... But let's term this. He had an opportunity to backdoor into the racks, and he didn't take it. Okay, I'm sorry people who don't know Dota 2. That was getting very confusing for you, I'm sure. So what does Louis do now? He's pretty heavily invested, and I just don't like the look of this because what I see is a situation where Marine Lord could easily go Javelineers. Javelineers are surprisingly effective against the Knights because there's not that many of them yet, and you can just poison whittle them down, which stops Chivalry. But I think instead he's going to take the safer option. We've got the first Ranchers coming in. He says to hell with it. It's going to be Fulani. Once again, Donzos. Not bad, huh? And reminder, by the way, that takes 15 seconds to recharge. And technically it can be done an infinite number of times. Alright, looks like Knights are going to hit onto the pit mine, but that's... eh. I mean, Marine Lord has time to react to this because you hit the outskirt one. So, like, Louis is doing a good job of keeping Marine Lord in his base now, which you need to do. You don't want him reaching your base with this type of blob. The problem I'm seeing is, like, Louis has nothing to follow this up. If raid was his win condition, he should have doubled down on it. But he looked for that big critical fight. Donzos are a disgusting unit. I mean, in fairness, they're very wood expensive. You pay a premium compared to normal spears, and they can feel hard to scale in the early game, I find, because of the 30 wood costs. Like, I don't know. Dark Age Donzos, to me, is not a problem, because you don't want to have to build a lumber camp before going Age 2. So it looks like Louis starting to stockpile for an age up. I think to make this work, it's going to have to be probably Royal Institute. There's probably going to be a growing temptation just to play Guildhall for a later game. But I like the way that Louis approached game number 1 with that Jean pick and the all-in with Royal Institute. I think you could take a similar identity in this game as well. It's all about whether he wants to play the risk, though. Most players shy away from Royal Institute because the moment you opt into it, you've put yourself on the clock. And you basically pressured this idea you have to do something. With the way that Louis played the early game, he might be reluctant to double down on this do something idea when he's already missed a key timing. And, okay, he's going to go for it. I got to respect it. It worked for him in game 1. It's going to give him a very big power spike. Marine Lord, meanwhile, doesn't get an immediate power spike. It's a half Fulani, or half Lani, and no real premium unit to speak of. Like, Donzos are kind of okay, but Royal Bloodlines is going to go hard. Combination of Donzo and Javelin's too strong. I think the perception of that is the fact that if you don't understand commitment, and I'm taking you're not married, then you're going to hate playing against Malians. Because Malians are probably the best civ at punishing someone for not understanding their power. If you cannot read power spikes, you will hate playing against Malians. Because the whole goal is you need to make sure when you go in, you can go in. It's not one of those matchups as, for example, French, where you walk towards them, see they're big, and walk away. Because each time you do that, they're going to snipe 1 or 2 knights. So, Lou, the age up. We do have the veteran secured. Good news for him, he has really good map control, so he can actually rush Monastery. I wonder if we can get that old school Louis build with the double monks. Probably going to be single Monastery here. It feels like he needs to keep up on unit bloat, especially now that the Fulani's online. Oh, that's interesting for Marine Lord. Yeah, he goes for Warrior Scouts. Remember, with Veterancy, they actually become Horsemen now. Usually you expect Sofa here because your opponent won't have a counter yet. But Marine Lord is paranoid about the Arbitrary switch. And the crazy thing, it doesn't exist. But like I said, the Warrior Scouts can still solve the Archer issue. Shiv's out on the side. Warrior Scouts are going to be a bit of a nuisance. Knight is on the way to assist, but not before we see some eco losses. Yeah, Louis losing 2 on the board. Not a good feeling, and now he has to run away. Meanwhile, Dive does come in onto the gold. Quick fingers, but not quick enough. Does take a bit of damage. And you see Louis was trying for that double down, like one hit after the other. Wasn't able to find the secondary strike. Warrior Scouts cost 90 food. So more than a standard scout, less than a horseman. Trade-off being they have a less ranged armor than standard horseman. And worse stats, right? Like, a veteran horseman, if I remember correctly, is 155 HP, I want to say. And also has higher base damage. Louis, he's looking for that timing. Royal Bloodlines is coming in soon. Cantor Saddles has not been prepped yet. You're going to want to wait to fight until that's ready. So you will likely keep retreating here. There's got to be a temptation, though, because the issue is if your opponent does see the Royal Bloodlines, you don't have the ambush factor at all. So yeah, he just goes for the strike. Cantor Saddles still 40 seconds out. Nice, so I'm going to try to bait in range. Sometimes it just feels so awkward to try and stab onto the Donzos when they're mixed into javelins like this, but now there is no issue with that. Full 8-click commitment. Louis MT is going to get wiped. I don't know if Royal Bloodlines is good enough here. He's winning the south side, losing the north side. Hold on a second. The javelins. Marine Lord has to back away. Okay, that looked shaky, but Louis at the perfect time pulled away from the remaining Donzos. He's still in a bad position, but he at least scrapes together a draw out of what should have been a wipe. That's crazy. Louis should have just been dead from that. But that knight pull to the south side genuinely saved him from immediate death. He's still behind. He still has problems. But at least he has a standing army still. Numbers are trending in Marine Lord's favor, though. It's undeniable that he's gradually taking control of this game. Not just that, Louis is so late to the monks. Marine Lord already has a second relic on the way home and a third one close to home. So this is probably going to be... Oh my god. This is going to be a 4-1 split. He's getting all the goodies. So Louis is kind of stumped now. Because your opponent's still playing javelins, you can't really go arbitrary. You're stuck on knights and archers. Normally, when French think about the game having to go later, they want to get away from knights into arbitrary, especially when they hemorrhage too many of them. Louis is kind of stuck with the same comp. And Marine Lord knows it. Look at what he just queues up more of. Donzos, donzos, donzos. And ML, he can just take the chill pill. He'll fill out the rest of the ranches. 4 relics is plus ranches. He's got so much time to play with. And remember, he knows that it's Royal Institute. He saw the bloodlines. So there's no threat of a Guildhall sneak. There's no threat of College of Artillery for his second game in our grand finals. Yep, that did actually happen. I still can't believe it happened. Men-at-Arms work? The problem with Men-at-Arms is with Fulani, he can switch Musafadi really quickly. And then you can't go back to Knights, because Musafadi can also counter Knights. Louis just kind of stuck. He leaned into Knights, and he didn't find his raids. So now he just has an inferior comp. Does ML go Sofa? No. I think Marine Lord just keeps bloating infantry and then goes down the center. He's playing for Popcap and then Zerg. Because now the reality is Louis has so few melee units that when the dive comes in, if he tries to counter dive him, Louis is going to do like no damage, but Marine Lord can end the game. That's the key thing about Mass Donzo here. Gets you in, burns the buildings, kills everything. I think we do have the strike to the jugular on the way. Louis starting to stockpile. Looks like he's maybe considering playing towards Imperial. Otherwise, this is just like poor macro on the gold. Probably poor macro on the gold because he's running out of food. He's taking risks on the flanks. But great read by Marine Lord. Just pivoting north side. He's looking at that gold vein. Louis does at least get the early warning, so we'll back away. And now it's just a giant game of dodge the plague. The Malian plague. Dodging death is difficult here. We have God Vision. We can see how far ahead Marine Lord is. He's showing appropriate respect, not knowing exactly what the French have right now. And flank raids. They did find the ball. Uh-oh. Louis. There's a lot of workers out here. He has got a small retinue to defend with. Marine Lord is just taking his time about this. There's like no rush to end because once again, there is no scale threat. There's not an, oh my god, he has a Guildhall with 3,000 food. He's dropped a Red Palace mode, right? There's no, oh my god, he's free TC. He's outscaling me. There's nothing for Louis to really bounce back with here. Goes in for the worst possible clash imaginable. Has at least got the keep. You can kind of bait attention there, but it protects like one tiny area of the map. And Marine Lord, I mean, hell, you could just get Rams here. If you want to be fast about this, you could genuinely just build 4 Rams and take it out. Instead, is he just going to go Imperial? We do have the infamous I like wood moment from Marine Lord, as he pulls 56 of his 69 economy onto wood. Marine Lord is also 2 TC, by the way. I mean, this is just chill pill mode. Louis is going to have to go Holy Island. I think we could still see a 2-2 score before redraft, but this is rough. Louis didn't really fin anything extra from Holy Island. It's not like you got your opponent to pick a variable pick. Just a great utilization of draft by Marine Lord with the Malians. And look at that. Marine Lord, the classic 50 wood workers into farms. Keep drop coming in. This is over. Louis was... Oh, come on. No, the timing on this. He literally was just building these. So Louis was like, hey, can I use my farms now? And Marine was like, hey, no, you have to wait. You have to wait. No, okay, I hate myself. Let's go next game. Come on, that was a good one. No? I mean, I needed to lighten the mood because that looked brutal. So ML taking the third game. Now puts him ahead. Sacred Grove, win for Mali. I think we're going Holy Island next. Oh, I see how it is. We're just going to ignore the joke. Yeah, it's probably for the best. So I think, is ML ready for the next game? So I think he just quickly went for a toilet break. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. ML's still the best player. He's got to prove it in Elite Classic 3, right? One sec. Yeah, guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now. I know it's a lot, but it means that you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? Boink! And we'll do a 5-minute prediction timer. So yeah, wait, he didn't go Holy Island. Did I miss something about Marino's draft that he's worried about? Is he really that worried about the Chinese pick against Japan? I don't know. I don't feel like you should be that threatened by it. Very surprising. Maybe he's going to try to get English on the redraft. But yeah, Byzantines versus Chinese. I think China's been looking better in this matchup because of Pro Scouts. But before that, Byzantines were actually pretty solid. Maybe there's like an all-in approach you can do. Louis is one of those players that has a really funky, like, Grand Winery build. It was him and Scarlet and CSO that came up with it, where you build on the second berry, not the first. You could probably do it here against China, because China isn't going to open aggro. We'll see. So let me go ahead. Chinese versus Biz. Gulp? Oof. Maybe Lou doesn't feel comfortable playing water versus ML. I mean, so you can try to argue you don't feel comfortable, but you're going to have to do it at some point. You know? So, like, if you're in a position where theoretically from a draft POV, you have an advantage to do it now, it's better to do it now than later. Because you get nothing from waiting. It's not like you can argue fatigue either. You know? Maybe, but I feel like Marine Lord obviously only has to play the one series, and also Marine Lord likes degen out, so like the later you go, the better it feels for him. Reminder, by the way, guys, if you haven't, !Opera GX. Click that link. Download Opera GX. Make sure you create an account. And it helps us because I want to see us crack 250. I believe in you guys that much. I still think we can hit 250 before end of month. So go do it. It's free to do. I've been loving it. We've been using the Opera GX in the background consistently. You can see it here. Actually, what games have we got coming up? I might check out Atomfall. I don't know if we'll do it on stream. Maybe. I think it's going to be on Xbox Game Pass as well. This looks cool, though. It's like Fallout London. Now that that's not happening. All right, let's get rid of switching games as I die. What do you think, guys? 7 games? 7 games? I was about to flip the scores, but for some reason, loading screens, usually the person who shows on the right spawns on the left. I don't know why. Called it! Freaked, like... It's so bait. I do not get why it does this. You'd think the person on the right in the loading screen would be on the right in-game. Like, am I crazy? Or does that just make sense? Last time we saw this man on this map, he delivered one of the best games of Midweek Muster this month. Let's see if he can do it again. He needs to. One and all, welcome back to our grand finals between Louis MT and Marine Lord. Currently, Marine Lord leading. After this series, after this game, rather, we will have a redraft. You don't want to be in a situation where you're 3-1 down, especially with crafty maps like Holy Island still to be played. So Louis MT needs to bag a win, and it might be tricky to do so here. He looked phenomenal last time he played Byzantines on this map, up against Wham. That was the Iobid Byzantine matchup. However, this time it's against one of the best pro scout civs in the game. Before Pro Scouts meta, this matchup I felt was actually Byzantine favored. It was really good, guys, because you could just play into Longbow contract, pressure, go semi-fast feudal, semi-fast castle rather, and then when your opponent would react to like Nesta B Spears, Landsknecht just swept through and you win. But now, with the siege changes, with the Pro Scouts meta, I think it's starting to lean a bit more in China's favor. Byzantines feels like they should benefit from an all-in timing quite well here, so we'll see if that's the way that Louis wants to go. There's definitely good reason to do so with this Ford Godvane. It's just a little bit tricky against China, because unlike other civs, they don't need to touch this gold. They have taxation to get them through with Imperial Academy. I can bag you? I don't know if I'd even want to consider it. I don't see a sub next to your name. Louis' micro is excellent. Oh, agreed. I think if what people really learn is that Louis without ping is really scary. You know, turns out youth can be scary. It's quite comical as well, because I think I said after I saw the score for the finals of the Garrison LAN, I was like, huh, that's weird. Last I checked, Age of Empires 4 is an old man StarCraft retirement home. Not anymore. The kids have invaded. Like, Louis is a scary beast. And you see it time and time again. He's the most consistent player to try and do these crafty little body blocks with scouts. Most people don't bother because between the ping and also the difficulty of body blocking, it just doesn't feel worth it. But it shows you how much APM and precision, rather, Louis is working with. And this map is Basin. So this is a creation of Avalis. I said a while back that I was never going to use it again. But the reason we revisited it is because he changed the sacred sites. The sacred sites are a little bit further away from your TC now. Before, they used to be like here. They were way too close. So it was almost impossible to win with sacred sites. And we get these maps by reviewing ones available from the community. We have a mixture of maps that have basically come in over the years that are staples within competitive. And we're always on the lookout for new maps. So if you're a map creator, get to work. We've featured... I think we've been consistently featuring more new maps than like anyone at this point. Because we usually try to find a brand new map to bring in every 2 weeks. And Altai is trash. Altai like has spawn issues and design issues. I don't think we'll ever return to Altai. We've grown beyond it. I'd love to see like a version of Altai where there's big gaps in the cliffs that you could mine for or something. So, Imperial Academy coming through. Grand Winery on the other side. Nothing unorthodox here. We talked about the potential for him to go for the Grand Winery here. Looks like he's not going to be doing that build. Louis, CSO, Scarlet Devil all tried this build on like Dry Arabia where you build a Grand Winery here and be gathering berries already. The problem is you just kind of throw the game. You have to build so many outposts to justify being out here, and the issue is like later on in the game, your Grand Winery is now nowhere near your TC. So building new farms is incredibly inefficient. So, normie build it is. People hate on... Wait, Crackety, you hate Altai too. Crackety, you hate Nest of Bees, and it is like one of the best maps to play Siege Nest of Bees. I'm not letting you get away from this. I'm calling it out. That map so frequently just turned into trade and mass siege. Outside is not fine. Before you can even get to a point of saying like outside is playable, it has big spawn issues. Like getting a tree line that blocks one side's rotation entirely is dumb. I don't think you need to remove Altai's markets. I think they need to be central. So, Marine Lord is going with the Pro Scouts. Louis, is he going to go for the deer shove? Yeah, you can. Limitane, you can just bring them out here and shove the deer in. This has been a really popular play, actually, for Byzantines at the moment, is removing one of the deer packs, and then you go Limitane into Jav. Makes a lot of sense, because usually China wants to rush Castle, and they want to go Lancers. And if they decide to play like a long feudal where they play Chikanu, you've got the Javelins to deal with that. Sacred Sight's an actual objective? I'm trying to remember what the Sacred Sights are. Weren't they diagonal instead of straight across the map? I know, I still maintain that Mountain Pass could be an incredible map if they just had several small choke point passes along the cliff sides that were like blocked by stone outcroppings that you opened. I don't know if it would be a competitive map, but it would actually be an interesting map. Maybe outside would benefit from a similar type of treatment. Like, that was the one thing that I found godly entertaining about French Pass. If you guys remember, very rarely in French Pass, what could happen is you could get these weird little spawns where there were paths through the cliffs. It was almost just like watching, when you watch the knight go up there, it's like, dude, that guy's trekking up the mountain to Mordor. It felt really cool. But it wasn't an intended part, it was just weird, like, spawn code. And yeah, you haven't seen French Pass for a good reason. It's kind of a poo-poo map. Might be worth revisiting now that walling's been nerfed, actually. I feel like I want a version of French Pass that just removes the trade. And that could be interesting. So, speaking of interesting things happening in this game, we are getting a bit of a development here. Marine Lord is going for the archer build. Yeah, it needs to address the Limitane, but this means he has to pad himself with horsemen, so long feudal. Louis MT is baiting, though. This is actually playing out to his favor. Yeah, look at the positioning. He's got a deer shove coming in. He's guarding against the retrieval in the secondary. Honestly, I think Louis is in a really, really good position here. I mean, Marine Lord, did he expect an all-in feudal? Because here's the thing, like, Louis is just going to have a very organic timing at 9 minutes without actually investing in it. 8 javelins can easily hold this back with just a small retinue of Limitane. They're straight in the middle? Okay, golf clapper for that. I don't know. It kind of feels bad when we have to praise map design for deciding that Sacred Sites should be grabbable. Like, guys, this should have been the case from the get-go. Like, in theory, Gorge does just as good of a job as Altai for that. So he will be able to get the deer all the way home. Honestly, he might be able to go for a second deer shove here. At least towards, like, the outpost, and you can get an emplacement to make it hard to retrieve. Alright, 1s if you think Marine Lord's going to win this. 2s if you think that Louis is going to win this. Because 66% backed Marine Lord before the game began. And I don't think it's going to be the same now. So Marine Lord should be able to catch up fairly quick, because one thing he should have on his side is taxation. That being said, like, is he out of tax? Oh my god, it's always so annoying to click mills. When for some reason, always Chinese mills. Yeah, okay, he's got loads of tax. He can catch up. He's got 300 gold. Here comes the contest. Steel Arrow is there, so Marine Lord actually does quite a bit of damage. Louis did lose one of the javelins. Looks like he got forced off the berries. Good news now is Marine Lord can run out for the extra deer. The bad news is he only has 3 scouts, so he's actually not ready. Yeesh. So Louis tech up complete. Veterancy should be reasonably quick here with level 2 on assistance. He queued up another javelin group. Yeah, the timing's slightly off there. The veterancy is kind of more value here. Because then you can use the jabs to kill horsemen as well. You do have fortification coming in. Looks like he will be able to protect. Marine Lord knows he can't fight this because the issue is like any second Byzantines could have veterancies coming through. it's just not worth it. Good micro split here. Limitane to chase after the horseman, and Javs will chase after archers. And we are getting the clock tower. I like this choice by Marine Lord. Remember what we said about this matchup and what it used to be? It used to be a lot of longbow play into Lance Nectar, which meant the clock tower sucked. Because usually with clock tower, you need to basically get like cheap bulk units to defend. Lance Nectar clears that. So your Nesta-Bees are exposed. But against Javelin contract, it's actually really good. Clock tower Nesta-Bees are just not a real objective for Javelins. They take way too long to kill. So Lunacy going Ranjin also doesn't solve that problem. He's going to need Cataphracts to deal with clock tower Nesta-Bees. He doesn't need to rush it, because the reality is China is never going to open Nesta-Bees when there's still a lot of map to play over. If, for example, he was so late all the relics are gone, he'd go Nob straight away. But because there's an objective, he's going to open Lancers. Javelins are going to step up and poke. Gathering on the goal for the moment. Horsemen are going to come with the backstab. The Ranjin do have to back away. I wonder if Louis should have maybe just been going Limitane here. I mean, you knew your opponent already had stables. Was he really that worried about PG? You know your opponent can't really go crossbows because of javelins. I think that's what his thought process was. Is like, I have javelins, so you can't counter with crossbows. There's not really anything to stop Marine Lord countering with knights. Yeah, it's almost like Louis was assuming because he shoots spears before, Marine Lord would not build knights. The problem is China floods them so well, they really have to have their arm twisted into not doing it. Like, you have to show them 30 spears for them to go, okay, maybe Lancers would be a mistake. And yes, you can download the crafted maps. You can just go in-game into the mods section, and they'll all be there. So Louis is going to have to keep falling back here. Yeah, he didn't prioritize the Limitane upgrade. Honestly, M-Lord's in a pretty reasonable position here. There's still a lot of relics to grab. He can pump into the monks now. Lancers gives him control of the flanks, by the way. Louis rushing relics like this, not a terrible idea. Just a terrible feeling when you know your opponent has better mobility. And already has sniffed him out. So that monk is definitely not taking the goodies home. That jab threw like 9 tiles away? Yeah, because like this is the Byzantines, and the Byzantines have connections to the Greeks, and this guy right here is Leonidas. You just can't tell because like he hasn't got his chest out for once. Marine Lord switching into crossbows. What? Okay, so he saw Varangian, he's expecting more Varangian. But he did just scout the Limitane. I guess he's just trying to cover the bases of like his opponent now can't go back for Varangian. And we do know that China like historically loves going in their crossbows. I feel like it's in the current meta the second most built unit because Lancers is still first. But you almost always see Lancer in a crossbow from China. Flash coming in. Lancer's actually doing a lot of work here. The archers are just getting maximum value. There's barely any Limitane left. Varangian have to forward. I just don't think he has the clear speed. No, Marine Lord is just going to wipe him in the fight. Louis MT has no front line now. The javelins cannot be rushed to replace. They've cost olive oil. Olive oil that he just doesn't have now. The crossbows are going to work. Yeah, because like before this, with the idea of the javelin scaling, crossbows feels like a throw. But Marine Lord found the perfect fight. Louis is now hard stuck. Mangonel placement's going to be on the way. Warlord's trying to come out, but that's going to be a denial as well. And that means that the Monk can come to pick up all the goodies. Like, this is looking like a 4-relic game now for M-Lord. Louis, what's his recovery arc here? Oh! Sorry, I vomited a little in my mouth. Going Olive Groves when you're getting attacked like this is... There's not many worse things you could do. Like, I get why he's doing it. He actually has to. But this feels catastrophic. He never gathered the deer either. And Lancers are in on the backside. Villagers in trouble. Louis, he's got to be feeling this doom of the series slipping away from him. Akratoy gets activated. That's not going to slow them down, though. Lancer's still getting all the kills. After how he started this series, man. This has to feel so demoralizing now. It's almost like, oh, I won that game I played really well, but was it because Marine Lord wasn't warmed up? Like, he'll try to keep his focus on the game, but there's no doubt that that thought has to be slipping into your mind here. Because Marine Lord's execution as this series has gone on has just gotten cleaner and cleaner. Outpost. It went for Arislet, so no Mangonel placement. Fortification's gonna come in just before the fire starts. So you should be fine. Like, there's only, what, a Scout and 2 Lancers? Yeah, Louis should be able to survive this. My worry is everything else about the game. It's a 10 eco lead already for M-Lord. There's still... this relic should be over Louis. I just feel like it's going to be contested still. Now, Louis can pad the losses a little bit with Systems. But the problem is he's 10 eco behind. The Systems are kind of making up that difference, but then you have Supervision to worry about. He has big problems, and it's about to get worse. We got a Horseman switch. Pretty smart choice, actually, by M-Lord. I don't think you really expect Horseman at this stage. It's a bit dangerous against the Limitane, but if he's able to flood onto the jabs and wipe, I don't think Louis has time to replace. He's playing berries with only 2 olive groves, so his capabilities on getting more javelins is insanely limited. It's kind of comical to think that Marine Lord's going to have 3 relics, taxation up the wazoo, and he's going for like a no gold comp at this rate. He's adding crossbows now, but like scaling archers with the veterancy on horsemen as well. It's just food and wood. And we do at least have him Garen the Deer now. I think this is necessary. Right now, you just need Blob. Lux is no Olive Grove start? Sure, because you kind of have to. Against Pro Scouts, if you go Olive Groves, you're just a mile behind. It's kind of like the mini effect of going for a TC. Not as painful, right? Because like a 2 TC build doesn't pay you anything straight away. Olive Groves can pay quite quickly. But it still just puts you behind. Now, when we did see Louis play this yesterday, the goal was to eventually get into 2 TC. He's done it again. Last time he done this, though, his position was a lot better against Iabid Wham. But I think Louis is going to try to drag late game. We can already see the walls coming up. Marine Lord, he has 2 Sacred Sites, 3 Relics. Honestly, you could just play for Yuan. Yuan is... I think people are finally willing to admit busted. Especially for China. I don't know, like, Shushi does it more than China, but China does it better. Because Yuan gives you movement speed, which movement speed is probably the best stat in the game. And then you still get pagodas as well, which with 3 relics maxes you out. That's 750 extra resources per minute, instead of what is currently 240 extra resources. So you triple your passive income. All right, get your predictions in. How long do you think this game's going to be? Because I'm getting this funny feeling we might have quite a long game here on Basin. I like how I just get 3 hours? Chill. Trying to think what the record is for KPMM. It was like 2.5 on the Highview map. Is my contrast boosted? Yeah, we have a bit more saturation on the color because viewers prefer it. We tested this and people actually like the vibrancy. I kind of wish the base game was a bit more vibrant. Once it gets found on the berries, Marine Lord will not be able to play this though. That is concerning. If Marine Lord goes up to like 8 Nest of Bees, Louis has actually got no answer to it right now. Now that does take time. So Louis by then will have scaled an eco lead, you'd assume. Unfortunately for him, Marine Lord did go for the second TC as well. Upsides is once they're both capped out, Byzantines with systems can compete on economy with China. Wonder victory for Louis. Okay, calm down. You know what's interesting to me? So when I was at the LAN, I mentioned to several people that I actually think the Wonder Victory Condition is the worst super weapon in the history of RTSs. Flat out agrees. Like, I don't think I found a single person that felt to the contrary. You know, like, when you do it for a Wonder and the timer ticks down, at least make it do something crazy like explode. Michael Bay my brain, please. There has been 1 or 2 Wonder victories in high-tier tournaments. It's more common in team tournaments. In fact, it's a big part of why I think Hill and Dale is like the worst team map in the game. Because on Hill and Dale, people literally enter that map trying to go for a Wonder victory. Nuke the entire map? Hell yeah. You know what we need? We need, like, just all of a sudden monks to appear everywhere screaming Wallalol, and everything just gets converted. And yes, agreed. Age of Mythology is the best Age of game for Wonders. Because in that game, what a Wonder does is it decreases your God Power cooldown, increases your favor generation so you can spam more God Powers. It gives you a lot. We kind of have an Age 5 equivalent to a certain degree in AoE 4, and that's the University. But yeah, like, I know people who like realize I'm going to hate it, but I legit would rather just have, when the Wonder timer ticks down, a ginormous monk appears in the middle of the map and screams Wallalol. I know it doesn't fit the game, but if we're being totally real, the Wonder timer doesn't exactly fit the game either. I don't know. Like, is that meant to be a cultural victory? Since the Solar Empire done it better. You love Wonder Victor and Wonder and free-for-all? So I've talked about free-for-alls before. Like, the reason we don't do pub free-for-alls is genuinely free-for-all format I think is quite boring if you don't have a tournament format behind it. I.e., this guy has a lot of points, oh my god, let's kill him, stuff like that, right? I'd welcome more free-for-all tournaments with those formats. Yeah, like, because it's not just about the one game, but a series, you have different dynamics of, like, fast castle rushing players down, stuff like that. But when you play a casual ladder free-for-all, everyone just camps. Or, like, there'll be some that try to play aggro, but the campers tend to end up winning. Lord. His army is smaller. This is pretty risky, but it's the Nesta Beast threat. Louis needs to solve it, and we do have the answer coming. It's going to be cataphracts, but with this many crossbows, it's going to need quite a few. Overall, Marine Lord has a big problem, guys. Where are the farms? Alright, here they come. The infamous Marine Lord has wood. This guy played Stronghold a lot as a kid. He's used to hearing wood needed, and it scarred him deeply to the point that he ensures he always has enough wood. So farm's coming in now. Nesta Bees are keeping Louis pinned. He can't make a counter rotation. And the follow-up here is going to be South Farms, go for Great Wall Gatehouse. He literally is already... Okay. A little bit cocky. Just a tiny bit cocky. You know what they say about assumptions, guys? They make asses out of you. Camel Riders are going to be able to chip away at the economy. It looks like... Is he trying to block gold? This doesn't work, though, because Marine Lord still has a 4K in the corner. Stronghold was your first game? Hell yeah. Stronghold is like one of the best... Probably actually the best castle building game ever created. Like, Age of Empires isn't really a castle building game in the same light, you know what I mean? Obviously, it has its weaknesses, like combat and Stronghold is quite limited, but it pops. So, clears out the Raiders. We've got some ways to go, Lord. Nesta Bees are smart, though. The more he scales Nesta Bees, the less food he's spending, so it gets him closer to Imperial faster. But Louis knows what's happening. He's rushing it, and he'll win that race. Okay, so big deal on the horizon here. Clock Tower strong, but Royal Cannon's just as strong. Game 1 of this series was won off the back of Royal Cannon slapping Marine Lord down on Gorge. Game 4 could witness the same thing. He's going to look to pressure in the meantime as well. He knows Marine Lord is either teching with barely anything in reserve, or he's building more now. That didn't feel worth it. That actually hurt quite a bit. I mean, he's close to popped, but still. He has at least stuck in on the other flank, so maybe I would actually turn it into a value trade. The foreign engineering company is coming. Marine Lord knows this is on the way. He has to be anticipating it. We have a hero siphon being built up on the edge here. What? Okay, no one would expect a hero siphon at 25 minutes into the game. However, if he catches him building the Great Wall Gatehouse, because of the way that it gets built, I think it's much easier to torch the villagers building it. The problem is there's just way too much military. Oh, that's sick! Okay, so he's using the hero siphon to get rid of the walls, so that when Marine Lord rebuilds it, when he takes this fight and whatnot, he's not going to see this. Okay, that's actually incredible. That's so freaking smart. Unfortunately, the villager did get seen. It's just a question mark now whether Marine Lord actually saw it. So we'll back away. Elite upgrade is not coming for the Ranji, by the way. He's prioritizing the mercenaries. Dude, this is like... We talk about Louis and his weird walls, and usually for defensive mechanisms, but nah, Marine Lord sees it. He reacts accordingly. Okay, so now we get to talk about the Imperial dynamics here. Nesta bees will start to fall off. Trade is viable on this map. That would enable mass mangonelling alongside Royal Cannons. Like, in theory, Byzantine should just win Siege. China does have one advantage, and that's raw HP. They are more efficient than any other civ for Siege HP. Nesta bees are ambitious to keep building here, though. So the maths is interesting. I think it's 3 hits for a Royal Cannon to kill a knob. If I can find them. They should be 185 each. 195, sorry. So 195. The Royal Cannons, if he gets Chem, it's a big deal. Right now he's hitting for 78. So he will 3 hit them. So 3 is the magic number. Camel support will be broken. It's pretty good. Doesn't really help you against Nesta bees, though. Louis needs to be very respectful of these knobs. Right now, this is like bully time for Marine Lord. But Louis is doing something different, guys. We talked about the cannons as a solution. He's going more aggressive than that. Marine Lord may have made a bit of a whoopsie here. He chose PG over Spearman because Palace Guard with China get very tanky at this stage of the game. But that means you have no counterplay to Cataphracts. Oh, this is sick. Louis is about to live his truest My Little Pony fantasy. Hero Siphon comes back with a vengeance. He's going to burn through the walls again. Like, how dare you make my tiny big brain wall irrelevant? It's going to be making his way in here. Great Wall Gatehouse will clean this up fast, folks. Remember, it does siege damage, so like, watch the health on this thing. Wow. And we moan about Mangonel Towers. Ugliest Chinese farms? What? No, I've seen worse. I've legitimately seen worse. I think Numidan's one against Marine Lord on Lipany yesterday was a bit rougher. Cannons are revealed. M-Lord. This is a problem. He has got hand cannons coming. Javelins can kite you out, though. Remember, with Foreign Engineering Company, you get precision training, so the damage gets buffed. These things are still so toxic right now. But he's up to 3 cannons. He can start creeping in and getting kills. Needs to be careful. This is a slight overextension. Cataphracts are here, though. Yo, Marine Lord can't bring the siege. If he brings the siege, he dies. I think he knows it as well. Cataphract plus cannon is death. So kind of awkward. Now I think if you go hand cannon, you scale too slow, right? And he agrees. It's going to be a Spearman switch. Who would I say the top 3 players in the game are right now? Like M-Lord, Beastie, Louis, maybe? I don't know which order I put Marine Lord and Beastie in right now. Like, Beastie has the title for the S tier event. Anatan was close, but I need to see more recently. Maybe if he signed up for some more midweek mustards. He and Dumu do very well in the midweek musters, but not elsewhere. This is a massacre, by the way. A lot of villagers going down the gold. Louis, weak on military. What happened here? Oy, oy, oy. I mean, the olive grove should be popping right now. But his income feels a little bit underwhelming. Only 37 olive groves. And also a decent chunk of them not operational right now. It's like he's going to find his way into farms again. It's a little bit of idle time achieved there, but overall, Marine Lord, compared to where he should have been, I think he's in a reasonable position. This is a bit weird, though. Sacred Site Cap is intriguing. Louis, with the Stealth Force around here, Marine Lord has to be very careful about how he approaches. Instead, he's going to posture on forward. Wait, that's the problem, though. The Cataphracts can get in. Hold up. We got to raid towards the farms here. The cannons make this very difficult for Marine Lord to contest, and we also now have Nesta Beast to deal with the mass range. Cannons are going to be able to kite. You can turn and shoot. Starts to snipe them down. Villagers are doing some weird things right now. Looks like one of the cannons did get splintered. Bombards. Yo, Marine Lord. He's trying to get the snipes. Repair crew's going to come in the meantime. Cataphracts under the farms. Should be able to deal with the defenders here, but the Great Wall Gatehouse should eventually push this away. And the push turns into a shove from Marine Lord. Nesta Beast count is low, though. He's down to just 4. And the misclick by the looks of it, that bombard, I don't think he meant to actually click the javelin. So Royal Cannons will get away. He has got the siege works to make it harder for him to be killed. Marine Lord has got the gold now. A big deal, but remember, Louis doesn't need the gold as much. Olive oil makes the world go round for the Byzantines. Look at the units he's building. He can get his hands on the siege, on the javelins, camels. So many things just by having olive oil. Liquid gold. Is Marine Lord going to have to consider trade? Hand cannons are very pricey. He's scaling more bombards. What is the win condition for M-Lord? Is it actually hand cannoneer scaling or is it bombard scaling? Because I mentioned the issue, like, raw cannons are just so strong. Ridiculously powerful. Oh. And talking enough about Siege. CGQ turns up in chat. Hello, BC. Hope you're having a good day, mate. What am I reading? You're on severe antidepressants right now. Dude, I mean, like, I don't blame you. Losing to Louis. Like, the problem with losing to Louis is, like, when he beats you on land, he has that smile on his face, and you can't even be mad about it. You know what I mean? There's just nowhere for the frustration to go. By the way, is it me, or are these the most reasonable walls we've seen from Louis in late game in a long time? Like, this is actually kind of tame. I mean, we've got the weird walls on the flanks, but, like, by Louis standards, this might be the least insane walls I've seen in an Imperial game from him. And yeah, Louis flew up to the land. I think he shocked a lot of people. Like, I actually had him pegged to not even make the grand finals of Garrison. Because there is such a difference in playing online to playing on land. Somehow, he just took it as a buff. But we're back on online here. Marine Lord has got a few Nesta Bees. The Cataphracts are going to be able to trample to the backside. Berserk gets activated as well. That's going to force the retreat. And he's bum rushing in on the bombards. Hand cannoneers should be able to clear this up, though. However, it's sacrificing the south side of the engagement. Nestabees go for the re-engage. And here's a Varangian flood coming out from Louis. I mean, Reload, the problem I'm seeing here, it kind of feels like he's struggling to keep a front line together here. We're down to poor man Spearman. But the Nestabees is the difference maker again. Louis just doesn't seem to have the olive oil pump into siege aggressively enough here. Lose 205 centimeters? That's true. But then to like make Kilyadi even more scared, he turned up on like the final 2 days wearing like pumps. So it's actually 225 centimeters. Kilyadi didn't know what to do. Kilyadi was so friend, he took all of Dimu's empty beer cans and then glued them to his shoes to try and be taller. Louis strikes fear into the hearts of all folks. And this is just awkward with this Spearman, right? Like, Marilon is legitimately holding on off of siege here. And he's doing such a good job of it. The problem with like going into these basic units is the armor. Look at it. It's 11 melee armor, and your Spearman only hit for 15 damage. It's pathetic. But the problem Louis encountered, he needs to build enough melee before he can go back to siege. Because now with Yuan, if you don't, this trash unit heap will just dive in onto your siege. Oof. Get score again. What has been happening over here? It's the wood game! No, he's still got loads of wood, guys. He's not going to run out anytime soon. But Louis has kind of set up on the flanks expecting it. Look at his vision. Holy crap. I'm really not sure who's winning this. It still feels super tight. Like, in theory, there is a point in the game where Marino just has not got enough gold to compete. Because building siege and hand cannoneers, like, taxation doesn't work. But at that point, I think he'd be set up for trade. Louis is just giving over way too much ground right now. We do have stockpiling olive oil. I like this. Honestly, I think the best thing you can do right now is just stockpile enough to pump out like 4 row cannons. Because trickling them out is losing in the game. I mean, for good reason. These bombards, it's 400 HP on them. In theory, the cannons should be better because they should be able to deploy, shoot quicker. But you need so many. Like, it's a great answer to Nesta Bees, but you need something else now. That's why we're seeing him switch into Horsemen. He's trying to bait him in, Horseman. Oh, wastes a lot of attention here. Actually, a reasonable trade, I'd say, for Louis. That's not a bad idea, just dragging attention with small groups, so it's a split engagement. Has to hold some of the Varangian back, though. He'd activated the Berserk maybe prematurely. Nobs attacking the wrong thing here. He's this hand cannon is dead. Get retarget Horseman, wrap around the back. That's going to draw fire, and it allows the melee engagement to get underway. So, I actually really rate Louis' approach to this. It's just dragging attention, buying time. He knows the hand cannon is a threat he needs to address, but if there's a front line, he's always going to lose. This is mass melee blob, after all. Why is this game taking so long? It's almost like these guys are playing for money. Which is hilarious, because I've seen them play for over an hour when there's no money involved. Bastion, there's not many spears. He could technically trample to the backline here. Does he realize that Louis... Wrap him round, the Horsemen come in, they trample through. Bombards get chased away. Berserk gets activated, he wipes the front line. And Marino needs to retreat. He has got the Yuan Dynasty to get away fast here. The Berserk is there to intentionally counteract that with the movement speed. Siege count is down. Marine Lord only with 2 bombards to his name. And Louis MT is now coming back with the raw cannons. Okay, and remember, these raw cannons aren't just a killer against bombards. They're also a killer against hand cannoneers. In fact, they're very scary for that particular detail, folks. They're capable of one-hitting hand cannoneers. And Louis, wait, is he actually... He started trading. He's up to 15 trade. Okay. Problems have been resolved here, folks. The olive oil was what was concerning me. With trade added in now, this gets crazy. He can always afford the Varangian. He can trade the extra wafer food. The olive oil is going to come in clutch here. Something I am a bit surprised about is the javelin choice. You do outrange hand cannoneers, but not by much. It's a 0.5 tile range advantage, and you're slower. Honestly, I thought he'd go for more siege. I think Marine Lord saw it. I think Marine Lord definitely saw it. Like, lure me up with a good olive oil. Hello, trade. Castle drop as well. Counter castle drop coming in. No, there's no way this works. Louis MT is going to get blocked out of trade. He has to cancel the keep and run. But the Yuan is going to land a body block. He could actually stop them getting through there. He'll still be able to burn his way through here, though. Oh my god, Louis, he does have a big reserve of gold, so Varangian spam can continue. The cataphracts, I don't think are affordable anymore, though. Wham. I want to ban you for that. I know it was a joke, but I've seen what games between you and Louis turn into. No talking about wolves. Don't manifest more of them. I feel like if there was any player that was going to spell I love walling on the minimap with wolves, it would be Louis MT. Hey, but the impressive part is even if you miss upgrade, you still win the games. So then it's just a flex. Okay, is Marine Lord just in full control of this game now? Because the thing I'm seeing for Louis is he's getting spread thin. He's behind on military, he just can't keep up the numbers. Horseman is not going to feel great into spam and PG. Gold is also running low. Somehow, despite the fact he was mainly just spamming Ranjin, he burnt through it all. He's trying to switch mangoes. With no trade? I mean, he's got 18 trades. Okay, he switched over. He's got poor man's trade. Had poor man's trade. Come on. Come on. This is wild. So trade is going to get shut down. And he's trying to go mass mangoes. Did he at least get adjustable crossbars? Please tell me he did. Okay. Positives is he has it. Negatives is the bombards. Oh my god, he's putting nest of bees and mangoes? Is he just going to ignore the bombards entirely? He's like, hey man, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Whatever kills the infantry is thumbs up for me. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Do you get the hard case bombing, which gives the damage buff, if you have Foreign Engineering Company? I always forget with the Grenadiers. I think you might. So actually, like, having a few Grenadiers is pretty smart for the damage buff. Horsemen are going to draw attention again. So melee front line should favor Louis. And his PG is so tanky. 242 HP compared to 196. STBs really need to be after the hand cannoneers here, though. Instead, the PG are going to try to go in. Berserk does get activated, and STBs are moving forward. Green Lord needs to back away. Mangoes are being thrown to the wolves. Just enough melee to hold this back, though. Meanwhile, small raids, I just don't think it's enough. We do have Expilatores, so he's getting paid some gold for this. Not the baddest of ideas, right? He needs any gold he can get. But the siege is just gone. And that might be it. He just doesn't have the gold anymore. He went for this Hail Mary punt into adjustable crossbars, but he just didn't have the military pump to defend it. I think Marine Lord's Flood has won. Hand cannoneer count is a little bit low. He still has plenty of gold, though. He could easily set up trade now, and in fact, we already have the marketplaces dropped for it. Pass guards are busted? I mean, these ones feel a little bit ridiculous, right? The reason is you have to remember, you've got elite army tactics, but you also have battle hardened. And battle hardened itself is an extra 30 HP. Then you have the movement speed with Yuan. It just makes them insanely frustrating to deal with. Like, the classic feeling on Chinese late game is that you need to stonewall. Because if you don't stonewall, you actually get backstabbed. Interesting thing in this game, to be fair to him, Marine Lord didn't rely on that classic backstab. He found his way into the economy once or twice, but it was clearly never the priority or the focus. And now we're just Congo lining to death. What's up, Zellwanger? Appreciate the sub, mate. Smart man. He wants to feature on this back and forth incredible game. Oof. Could be already close to the end of the series. Remember, it's a best of 7, so one more win after this and Marine Lord wins. Because I think he's definitely going 3-1 up. I just don't really see what Louis meant to do anymore. Hey, sub Bizzo and SMG. Appreciate the prime sub. Louis sleeping 2 a.m.? Bruh. Louis by now knows how to stay up late. He kind of has to. Remember, with the time zones in mind and when tournaments run to, I think Louis at this point has gotten used to the idea of playing late into the night. If anything, there's an argument it's too early for Marine Lord. Remember, he likes his DJ hours. At this point, I think he's just processing the loss. Thinking back to like what he could have done different. I think where this really started to go rough for Louis was probably the start of Castle Age. The Varangian opening. With your opponent rushing Castle, like, I do wonder, going back to that moment, if he just scaled Javelin and Limitane, could he have actually just done significant damage? Put himself ahead. I think that's probably like the big key moment in the game in my mind. Where maybe if Louis just took a different angle and focused on just blobbing cheap crap, he could have flooded. But the Varangian switch, it just played right into Marine Lord's hand, remember. He was prepping Lancers the whole time. Does this game look weird? Yes. There is only a total of 76 Palisade wall tiles for Louis. Far below his average of 124. Oh my god, I kind of want an API hook in that can pull that stat now for players. That is painful to watch. So, I guess Basin's still very, 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 very good for China? They always felt like one of the top picks on this map, right? Historically. Marine Lord gives us a firm reminder of why. This late game is just ridiculous. I mean, the cute little raids aren't even doing anything anymore. And there it is. It's going to call it. GG's comes out. Let me know what you think of this map, guys. Do you actually like that Basin is back in a competitive setting, or are we already kind of sick of it? These late games can be cool to see, but some civs just feel dominant over others. I don't know. I feel like China in this one still is a king, and I'm not really convinced that there's many civs that want to play into Imp Plus against them here. Looks, it's lagging and tearing a bit. Was that just you? Did anyone else have that problem? All right, so let's mark it up. Be a win for China. So we head into a redraft now. All good. Okay, I think it might be on your end. How dare you insinuate that our GigaChat PC would ever let us down? Come on, Bella. I think maybe just refresh your browser. Or maybe the problem is your browser's using too much of your RAM or CPU. But don't worry, Bella. I have a solution for that. Opera GX. You could strip away all the extras, you could limit the CPU and RAM usage, and then, like, you wouldn't have this problem. Maybe. Or you could dedicate more RAM and CPU usage, which would guarantee that you wouldn't get the starring. But all you have to do for that, by the way, absolutely free, ! Opera GX, download it, install it, that lets them know that I sent you, and then you can also be one of those members. All right, I'm going to ask something big here, guys, because we need to do it for the memes. 187 is just not a well-rounded number. We need to get an extra 82 people, because 269 is the perfect number. So get downloading. Free to do. Don't cost you a pretty penny. Maybe I should close Frostpunk. Yeah, Frostpunk might like eat into you a little there. It's like when someone comes in and they're like got Cyberpunk with maximum ray tracing and they just like comment in the stream. It's like, stream lagging for anyone? You know what? No, I don't think so. All right, so what have we got here? HRE is actually going to be like a solid kind of consolidation point, but he gave over the French. Wow. Excuse me. The order as well. So, all right, can I just get a vibe check on this chart? Switching over from Opera GX back to our draft screen. We've got Holy Island, Dry Arabia, Lipany left. Did ML just win the draft? He has Japan for Holy Island, China and French for Lipany / Dry Arabia. Louis does have HRE, which I think can be fine against like China. Byzantines can work for Lipany. Oh, and yes, we need to basically it's because the way the draft works. Let me flip that. There you go. No, you know, like the more I think about it, like I think Louis has a shot, but this first game's going to be really awkward. I don't think you... Do you want to go Holy Island straight away? Like, it's going to be English versus Japanese, surely. So in your mind, like, there's not an alternative that you're worried about, I don't think. Play Louis draft, but then again, I don't remember last time I watched Kiliani. Come on. Stop. I don't need to laugh more. I'm going to choke if I do. 1 sec. I need to actually open the door a bit because it's hot here. Kiliadi, like, you just need to drink more beer. Like, if there's anything we take away from Dimmu on that LAN, it's that beer is a superpower, okay? All right, so we're still waiting for the boys to set up the lobby. What I'll do now is I'll run 3 minutes ads, which is enough time for you guys to enter your credit card details and subscribe to the channel. Or, if you don't want to pay anything, do the free thing and download Opera GX. 2 options. It's perfect. Why am I doing push-ups, bro? You're going to hear that I'm coughing my guts up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I really need to get the second camera set up for that. I don't know. My floor's a bit dirty, though. But wait. Also, in fairness, Kiliadi, you'd much rather play Louis' draft because it has English. I'm going to call you on that one. This is where he's like, oh yeah, true. Didn't real push-ups? I mean, that's the first time I tried them. They didn't snap anything. My foot has been feeling rough, though. Why is it so hot today? I feel like the weather outside is cold, but... Whew. Feels like a sweaty game a day. Actually stopped at 9? Yeah, dude. Like, you gotta fulfill the order. Fulfill the quota perfectly, you know? Excuse me. Oh. I'm actually gonna open the door full. I can already feel I'm gonna sweat my ass off. Ugh. Did I know about Beastie being upset about my YouTube video thumbnail? We'll talk about that after the finals. Not going to sour the finals midway through with that. Oh, the breeze is actually so nice. Holy crap. Is it drama? I'll be tea time after finals, yes. So people want to hang around. What's the title? I think it's like our most recent upload he takes issue with. Whew. I was a little bit worried actually, like with the way this was starting to trend, it would be a short day. I think it's actually not too bad. I think Holy Island, English, Japanese, like this is winnable for Louis. You are playing against like one of the best players on water though, right? Tie AoE4 content creators community under the bus? What do you mean? I mean, he threw himself under the bus, right? Oh. Yeah. Like, basically, we'll go... There was a tweet, and we'll go over the tweet after the finals. Because I kind of take issue with it. And hell yeah, it was a good finals, man. I mean, I'm glad more people are, like, tuning in, right? Like, it's tournament series. I feel like the scene is obsessed with, like, tournament games. And we have some, like, epic players, some epic games along there. So I'm glad more and more people are tuning in. Honestly, I recommend people checking out some of the series earlier in the week as well. Like, we had some really good ones here, actually. I think Dumu versus Kiliadi actually has some really good games in it. Louis MT and Wham has some good games in it as well. What are the other highlights this week? I think Numida and Sass had one pretty crazy game, right? Like, there's loads of cool games. So, reminder to people, this is your place to be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays, if you like top tier Age of Empires 4. But it's almost time to get in the game. Excuse me. Let me get the predictions ready for you guys. Oh, let's do 2 minutes. What's going on with the redraft? Why can't they play remaining civs? Because it linearizes the game. So, like, outdrafting should be an advantage, but outdrafting shouldn't just end the series. And if you do it all the way through, it can just end the series. And what is up, Farakai? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the 10 gifted subs. What a legend! Enjoy your subs, people. Remember, after enjoying ad-free viewing, as well as amazing sub emotes for a month, you got to come back and renew it yourself. But appreciate the support, buddy. All right, let's get underway. Nothing but perfection if he now wants to win the grand finals. And one and all, he has to do it here on the most elegant but also complicated water map you could imagine against one of the best players. In fact, he literally has the word Marine in the name. Marine Lord going up against Louis MT after the redraft. English versus Japanese. An English pick that was deprived away from Louis in the initial draft. And I think it's why he avoided Holy Island so long. But you knew you had to come here eventually. And you knew you weren't going to get any other tips or tricks out of your opponent's draft. Marine Lord didn't try anything crafty. He didn't throw a curveball. You can see the drafts above me here. He just went with the linear expected. And Japan English has been quite balanced, I want to say, actually. I think this has been close to a 50-50 matchup over like the last 2 weeks of this map being played. It's definitely very tight. Could prove quite promising. ML Japanese going all in on the Gamba. This has interesting dynamics, though. We saw in the Louis MT versus Dumu series how Dumu done something very crafty, and he bypassed the order of things. So the order in this matchup is meant to be Abbey of Kings, Shinobi, Longbow, Horseman Spear. What Dumu done when he was on the English, and it almost actually managed to beat Louis MT on this map, was he skipped Longbows entirely and went straight to Spears. Because remember, like, when you know your opponent has the potential for Longbows, you don't really want to scale Shinobi. So I wonder if we're going to see something similar here. Maybe Louis MT takes a lesson from Dumu in that particular game. Because I think Louis MT Had to do a lot of crazy things to actually get control of that game. And the other cool thing is if you do that type of skip to get ahead, what it gives you is Admiralty. Very expensive tech, but very worthwhile one, as you see there, by giving you, what was it, like a 15% increase in range? If England's making longbows, do you go archers as Japanese? So you go Yumi in response to the spearmen. And then your horsemen are going to beat the longbows. That's meant to be the idea. And then it comes down to micro warfare, where the longbows are going to try to snipe out the Yumi, and the Yumi are going to try to clear the spearmen so the horsemen can get in. That's usually the back and forth of it. Now, what's tricky is, like, on the approach, English have an inherent advantage there because of longbow. So you have to make sure you have good quantity. What is interesting is if you do manage to go for a full land scale of longbow versus Yumi, Yumi do actually have a weird advantage. And that's when you take the cost of both and you bulk up towards, say, 100, Yumi get overkilled by longbow immensely. And the reason that's actually a good thing is it means that your firepower is less wasted as Japan by comparison. Now, there's loads of variables within there, right? What's the state of the economies? Is there attack speed aura? Those things change it. But like in the raw open battlefield, Yumi can actually kind of surprise. But it's all about quantity. Now, quantity we're focusing on is the boats. 4-4, no one getting the lead. Remember, Japan kind of got kneecapped when it came to the eco and water. They used to save a lot more wood, 11 more wood per fishing boat. It means that the difference is actually not that big between you and England. 56 wood compared to 67.5. And the difference is that England will also then knock that benefit on to discounting their boats. Now, the reason this is important, guys, is as you scale up to like 10, 15 boats, the savings you scrape together is essentially the cost of Admiralty. So in this matchup, what Marine Lord's going to be looking to do, get some pressure in, play the dance first on water, but ideally you're looking for that castle timing, because a long feudal is always going to feel better for English. So Abbey King's 6 on it right now. Marine Lord hasn't pulled the trigger yet. He went double greed. Yeah, so 2 docks versus 1. This is because Louis is looking for the aggressive timing on the archer ship. Marine Lord's reaction is likely going to be sprinkled on a delay here, so that he counteracts it straight away. You can technically go for an archer ship to push away the English galley, but it means that you're going to get harassed on your eco and slowed down. Alright, what was the gamba like? 60% Marine Lord, 40% Louis. That's actually like quite reasonable. That's a balanced outcome. I like that. Is there anything exploitable about the spawn? One good thing for Louis is if he does go for the longbow step, forward tree line is like a death sentence for a lot of players, because you send the king in and the longbow snipe. Tricky part is what we talked about. It's like if you're playing that, you're playing the linear comp, where you go longbow, your opponent goes horseman, you go spearman, he goes Yumi. You're not really doing anything tricky. So far, everything according to plan. So archer ship is going to be on the way. Marine Lord, starting to stockpile wood. Should be for the initial boat. If he wants to go for the stables, he'll go galley. If he doesn't care about the stable opening, he'll go for war junk. That's the trade-off. Is like, if you want to actually float horsemen, you can't float a big boat. Really hard to balance water and land eco? Exactly. As well as military. But I think that's kind of elegant about it is, you know, with the linear motion you can get on certain land maps, the cool thing about this is there's so many different areas to lean into. Like, it's kind of like I wish there was some sort of format. I think I said about this before, where it'd be really cool if you had, for example, a TC here, and on the opposite side of your map, you had like 8 villages spawn in the wilds. In a dense area rich with resources. Logic being is like, you benefit from staying there, but now there's a risk. Right? I think I'd love to see those type of character elements for maps. I think changing that, like having some variant starts, gives us a more interesting dynamic towards map design. Like I was saying in my LAN review, I really love that for the garrison and for AoE2, that AoE2 literally has a map, the one that starts you walled in, where you have a king. Right? This unique twist is you actually have regicide for that map. Which, like, And this is where I know I'm going to have to defend myself, because I've been on record saying before I think we need to focus less on copying what AoE2 does. And I agree. I think we should have our own unique ideas instead of just replicating everything they do. But there are some ideas we could take forward. And it's the ones that have different win conditions, compositions, etc. Where we fail is when we literally just copy and paste a layout of a map from AoE2. This map has the least lose water and lose game immediately. Agreed. And I think that's a really good thing. This is interesting though. Louis, he went for the initial harassment and then pulled the archer ship back into the corner. So he's waiting for Marine Lord to attack, and then he's going to come in to hit the economy again. Love this idea. Really smart, actually. Because when you've got land aggro as well, there's a lot of distractions going on. And the cool thing about sending an archer ship over sending a Springald can be answered by like a demo and a Springald ship. Archer ship isn't going to die straight away. You can pull it away, and it is very fast to retreat. Best example of copy-paste trap is the Black Forest. Yes, Black Forest is a good example of that. I also think Four Lakes, or like it's called Golden Lakes in AoE2, right? I have watched some Golden Lakes and I've watched Four Lakes, and I feel like Golden Lakes has a much more compelling interaction than Four Lakes. And once again, that comes because we're like trying to copy. Holy Island is an original map, and that's why I think it's very good. Frisian is very enjoyable. I need to be careful. You can't have it as like a default map because there's certain dominant civs. But I think Frisian is a decent map. And once again, it's because it's an original map. It's not copy and pasting a concept from AoE2, at least not to my knowledge. At least not intentionally. So, Spear Longbow coming. This has been actually quite a chill land aggro game so far. We do have the Springals moving out, and this is exactly what Louis has been waiting for. And I don't think he's going to be seen. No, so the archer ship is creeping here. And the whole goal now is that your opponent's going to push in. You have defender's advantage, so he's not going to want to overextend. And then your archer ship can come in on the economy. It's really cool, actually. We don't really see this much. Usually, this is the demo backstab move. And the reason it's smart by Louis is he's doing the archer ship at a point in the game where you wouldn't do demos. Marine Lord would not check here because this is so early, you wouldn't expect someone to hide demos here yet. Man, this is a very chill game. Is it me, or is this like the calmest game of Holy Island we've had in Midweek Muster? I guess from Marine Lord's perspective, he's fine with that, because we mentioned his win condition to get towards castle. But Louis, it kind of feels like he needs to make some sort of move. Yeah, so he's going to be moving up now. So goal here should be to bait your opponent to come out with this Spring on Spring fight, and then the archer ship can sneak in. Oh, wow. He's okay. He's just going to bring it down. So he's bailing on the idea entirely. I mean, in fairness, it has been sitting there for minutes now. So I guess I can see where he's coming from. A4, you can have a lot less wood and still have a long fort game. Exactly. That comes down to, like, we need different wood formats. I've said this before. Like, surely we should have the design tools to have certain maps that spawn trees that have 100 wood instead of 150. Or, like, imagine if Prairie had... like the wood was 250. So Louis, is he actually looking for an attack point? It kind of feels like he's fishing Marine Lord to come to him. On land and sea, actually. If Marine Lord realizes what's happening, though, he could just go for tech. Once Louis has about 10 Springalds, I'm expecting Admiralty. That's when it feels good. And, oh, wow. He actually already went for it. He went for it super early. Well, I say that. We had a 7-minute timing in the demo game. But, like, relatively small Springald count right now. But this does make it more frustrating for Marine Lord to engage. Yeah, he might think about the demo pump. More villagers on gold actually suggests that's where we're going. I wonder, actually, now that he's in the play into extra range, does he maybe consider just bypassing the age? Because, like, the demo ship play is very risky. If your opponent has just 2 archer ships, with the extra tower range, it's very difficult to actually snipe him. And I like the idea of Marine Lord just going castle with, say, 25 Yumi. Gives you a flood point, and with Louis' comp, he won't be able to hold it back. We need petards. I have thought that petards would be an interesting thing. We had the custom Civ modifier that added units to each Civ. And some of them got, I'm not going to say the word because I don't want to get demonetized, S-slaves. S-slave? Yeah, like laves is like the woodworking thing. That would explode. But yeah, it's okay to be inspired. Like I've said, so a fun little term for you guys from game design: steal, don't copy. So take something and evolve it. Like that's kind of what we've done with Desert Raiders. There is a unit comparative in AoE2 to Desert Raiders. And hold up, Louis. Oh, he hesitates in the demos. Yeah, he panics when the one comes in, so he loses the clash. All right, Marine Lord just played that succinctly. He's ahead on Springalds. He's almost at Castle Age. His army is ready to dive in if he sees a weakness. This is bad, guys. He even gets the worker kills on top of that. Louis is at least aware, by the looks of it, of what's happening. He's starting to stockpile his own resources. But he can't win water from here right now. Pretty sure AoE3 had a swappable unit? Yeah, like I said, there's like probably other units that have done that as well. Like, for example, you guys remember that Stormgate game? I know, it's hard to recall it. So long ago. It had that whole thing with the outpost where when you put units in, it changed. Well, that was actually, funnily enough, a stolen idea from Red Alert 2 with the IFE. In fact, I can guarantee it was the stolen idea because Tim, one of the lead execs at the studio, worked on Red Alert 2. It's fine to, like, steal ideas. Like I said, though, where it gets lame is when you copy. When you're like, I'm just literally going to make the same game. That's yawn. Like, I know some people with AO2, from the AO2's community was upset when AO4 was different. I wasn't. Like, it's reminiscent of 2, but different. That's good. That's actually good for both communities. But, like, once again, that example of Tim's idea with the outpost and garrison units. He changed it. The IFE was like a unit that moved around. A very lightly armored unit. He turned it into standard defense with different abilities. AoE4 feels like a true sequel to AoE2. Agreed. With different systems in a way that will appeal to certain and not to others. Like, I heard mixed feelings from AoE2 people about the whole tracking projectiles and the lack of tracking in AoE2. Because it's very interesting. Like, what we have here is different. Some people prefer it, some people won't. Because, like, if you think about it, the minigame of dodging projectiles, it's like micro skill expression for sure. But it's also just, when I talk to a few players, the feeling is that it's very choreful. Tech up complete for Marine Lord. Louis needs pressure now. Spiral Cruise is on the way. Marine Lord, he hasn't queued up the armored hulls though. Demos are going to connect. Louis, he's rushing the end here. And it's going to cost him. Okay, this failed. This absolutely failed. He's going to go for the tech now. But there's a counterplay now. Spiral Cruise is on the way. If he just immediately queues up armored hulls, he can rush him through. Louis on land is going to posture aggressive. It looks like Marine Lord backed up entirely. No veterancy yet for Yumi. But Spiral Cruise is now there. The armored hulls is still missing. So Louis should still be able to contest. But remember, it's not just that the range is the same now. It's that Marine Lord has a notably better attack speed. 3.5 seconds compared to 4.1. That begins Yumi on land as well. Veterancy is being rushed here. Yep, he Yoroshiro dropped it. Okay, this is big. And Louis, good reaction there. No greed, white tower on the forward. He finds the perfect time here. Not dead yet. Micro battles in AoE2 are epic. I think the thing that actually makes AoE2 like epic, I agree on the micro battles, but it's the pacing. Like I've said this before, you know, if we could get mod access, I would legitimately fund and run a 1.5x speed modifier tournament to see how it is. The speed of war would be insane, by the way. Might need to be accompanied by demo ship nerf. Hook coming in here. So tech up complete for Louis. He has got his own Spiral Cruise coming in. He's about to get advantage on water again. 1.5 speed increases a lot. Agreed, but like test it and then dial it back. I don't know. My thought is like you can do a tiny change and then no one cares, or you can do like a drastic change, get opinions, and then change. Right? I call it the ice frog way of designing. Do extremes. People react to extremes. You get a feeling of things. If you just change, like, imagine if you went from 1 speed to 1.05 speed. No one would care. They'd be like, why are we doing this? It's pointless. My only worry with the 1.5 speed might be the input delay on AoE 4. M-Lord. Oh. Okay, this was like the tech we just never see anymore. We got incendiaries coming in. So remember, this increases the explosion range. Pretty powerful tool. Louis has gone pretty deep into springs. It makes sense why Marine Lord's doing this. Like we said, the extra range is now there. So Louis should, in theory, over long periods, win water. So the demo ship rush is designed to stop that in its tracks. Starts the poke. Demos are holding in reserve. Louis giving way. Yuumi is sneaking on land. This could be a big opportunity. The problem is the wood and the gold, all of it is located towards the shore. Unfortunately, Marine Lord's idea is at the wrong time. Louis never went for the safe tree line. Ship poke. The best game way. AoE 1 demo version from Zero Box? Hell yeah. You know what? I think the best game I ever got out of a Zero Box was an Asterisk and Obelisk game. That game was actually really fun. But I had AoE 1. I still remember most of the cheat codes. AoE 2 I kind of skipped. I think I rented it on PS2 and I was like, because it was weird on PS2. The closest I came to when I was a kid playing it would have been Galactic Battlegrounds, and I think Galactic Battlegrounds was god tier. And Roller Coaster Tycoon is indeed good. Not the best Tycoon game, though. I would rate both Transport Tycoon and Zoo Tycoon above it. You know what we... Excuse me. I'm kind of surprised we don't have it, actually. Why doesn't AoE 4 have the Flying Dutchman cheat? Yo. Could you imagine? That was why I was intrigued by the idea of that map that's like 70% shallow water. What happens when you let them go around? What happens when these demos get through? There's barely any left. Marine Lord. How is he winning like this? It's 17 Springles to 11. The demo connects come through as well. Full denial. Louis losing water, and and he's also teching? This is ridiculous. How is he teching, winning water, and not suffering on land? All on one TC. This is insane play by Marine Lord. Louis, I don't think he's going to be able to dive quick enough either. Once that tech up hits, you can just rush into the next level of health. In fact, dare I say a Takebune here? I mean, your opponent has mass springolds. Kind of makes sense. His archers are still waiting, by the way. They're not going to find the target. Relic Divide is going to favor Marine Lord as well. So 3-2 split. There is still one on the island. Would be surprised if it gets picked, though. And I'm pretty sure Takebune worked now. They're kind of surprising against land units, actually. No, wait, is he actually going to get the timing? Oh, this is actually the time to check the tree line. I think Louis may have seen him. There's no textiles, it's 1 TC. That's 8 villages, he could easily snipe. Trebuchet's pushing on the front side, but the tech up's already complete. The techs are coming in, Louis not contesting. Archers, quick reaction out of Louis, but remember, Yuumi are fast. Wait, Marine Lord? Okay, he's distracted. So Louis dodges death there. Is this Berkshire all in? I actually think he might Berkshire all in. You drop the Barky here. Very hard for Marine Lord to contest. And then you can push all the landmarks down. It's actually a pretty solid idea for Louis. It would mean risking losing water. Because I feel like it's a heavy investment, but you're already losing water. fact, this might be the killing blow. Techs are in. He's got swivel cannons. Not to mention the health difference. 650 versus 540. Yeah, this is a wash. Louis, he needs to go now. Villagers are being pulled. It is the all-in. The Berkshire is on the way. Yumi are going to keep marching through. They are leaded as well. Oh my. Villagers can die pretty fast here. And remember, it's not just the villager losses on land, it's the worker loss at sea that's big here. So this is Berkshire Bombard Rush, surely. Trebs is going to be a bit slow. Demos. Oh, he gets some connects. He's still going to lose, though. Yeah, the swivel cannon difference is insane here. Remember, you got the blister shot, and then you got 17 extra damage. So it's going to be a Navy wipe. Louis cannot afford the gold to get mass demos out. He doesn't have the time either. So gets his tech up. All gold needs to go into the bush. Berkshire will at least scare off the bombard. There was a Q attempt there to try and snipe it before it goes up. Villagers should be getting to work on the gold gathering. He just about has enough for a mining camp. Actually goes for a lumber camp instead. I guess he does have the gold back here. But that's about to run out, so there is going to be some gaps in the economy. Waterside is a win, though. Marine Lord, living up to his name. No false advertising here. I mean, this is ballsy from Louis. I respect it, though. It's match point. If you're going to go out, send in a Hail Mary, because this was trending against him for the last several minutes. He was losing the micro battles. He was losing the macro. So Vamos into the base. It's still only 2 trebs. Louis is going for the elite tech on the Lombos, but the problem is that he's up against Mass Samurai. And Marine Lord can flood. She's like, surely Reboldequins. Like, actually, legitimately Reboldequins. I think you need 2 bombards first to protect against the bombard on the other side. But you see what your opponent is doing, right? No. He's just out of range of revealing it. That's crazy. If he knew, Reboldequins would be sick. He's going to go for the pop blocker. TC down to half HP. Marine Lord, notice what he's doing here. He's actually not trying to defend with repair at all. He's putting all the resources into getting quality units. LB kills Randy's too quickly. Well, that's why we're talking about Reboldequins for Louis. Remember, the English can build them out the keeps. It's not about Japanese. Like, there's no reason for them to build Reboldequins. We're talking about it for England. It's just such a rare unit. You don't usually think about it. But he's out of food. He has wood and gold. So it has to be something siege-oriented. Burn on the forge as well. Just trying to trickle away everything you can get. 2 land monks now down. Lone getting range as well. Villagers are having to repair onto that Berkshire. Incendiaries also just got primed. This is wild. Does he actually have the push power? I think his military influence is waning here. There's just not really much to this. Marine Lord. The Treb count is at a point where it's just really frustrating Louis' economy. He hasn't got much to work with, and basically a 6 foot is repairing. He's got 9 repairing here, and then God knows how many having to gather wood to keep up with this. If Louis was full melee, maybe I could believe in the dive for the final landmark. But he's a lot of range, which means you actually don't have much kill power. Incendiaries helps a little bit to make longbow sieges, but I don't think it helps enough. Marine Lord has had enough. He's going to be diving. Hello. Moving in here. Louis is going to have to back up. Sends the melee units in. Lombow's going to start attacking. No volley to work with. And that is only network of castles. Bombard also joining in. The Berkshire needs to be repaired here. Louis, a valiant effort, but one in vain. Lombos will get the snipe on the Mango. But the backline of Han Cannoneer and Yumi should be able to clear on through. It's going to be a 4-1 domination. Marine Lord may have slipped up and ended with a loss in G1. But since then, he has been consistently on top in this series. Man, props to Louis. An admirable effort. Definitely the way he started this. I think part of it kind of draft, part of it execution, but small differences really that made the mile. Something that Marine Lord is infamous for, the thing that has always made him so scary, is that if you make one small mistake against him, he's phenomenal at stretching the game out for that small mistake to feel like a life-changing choice. And this one, I think for Louis, it almost felt like the mistake may have been hesitation. I think he was expecting a more aggressive line from Marine Lord in the opening, but Marine Lord just kind of chilled. It was nothing like that Dumu game where there was messy, sloppy back-and-forth fights. Marine Lord just took an impenetrable defense approach and didn't really give Louis MT an opening. And now we even have the castles coming up. Louis at this point is just processing the loss. It's ambitious. Silk bowstrings is a cool idea. Your longbows will be Robin Hooding the way to victory in theory. But he just doesn't have the economy. On top of that, because you force your opponent to build trebs, he now has the follow-up answer. White Tower also getting sieged. Once this goes down, the floodgate opens. Or how about before it goes down? Oda Tactics does give you a lot of torch damage. Good micro from Marine Lord. Good micro from Louis in response, but it's never going to be enough. GG gets called. Marine Lord will be your back-to-back champion. The question is, with how many we got left? 12 more KPMMs. Is Marine Lord about to go on an unstoppable streak? Who do you think could stop him? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. G to the G to Mr. Marine Lord. So a 4-1 victory. Who will stop this man? Who will slay this man? Ravane, Lucifron. I mean, Lucifron is signed up, by the way. If you guys didn't know, next week's games, baby. We have got the addition of... Oh, so let me open it up. Lucifron. So, boom this in. Yeah, if you didn't see it, guys. 31